Okay, go ahead and get started. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. وأفضل الصلاة وأتم التسليم على رسوله الكريم وعلى آله الطيبين الطاهرين وعلى أصحابه الغر الميامين ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. اللهم اجعلنا منهم. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما وعملا متقبلا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. We begin by praising Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We thank him. We acknowledge that he is the only one worthy and deserving of all praise and thanks. We ask him to shower his most complete and abundant blessings and protection upon his noble Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, upon his noble family, upon his shining companions, and upon all of those that follow them until the end of time. We ask Allah to include us among them. We ask Allah to teach us what will benefit us, to benefit us through what he has taught us, and to increase us in knowledge and good actions. Ameen. Joseph and or Rania, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay. I can't hear you. I know that there's been some issue for the past 2 days, but it feels like folks can hear me. So if anybody can't hear, then maybe check your volume or the like to make sure that things are okay. So assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hope everybody's doing well. Wa alaikum assalam. Hope everybody is staying safe. It's kind of hazy out there. So our schedule for today is that we will start off with a short oral review of the concepts that we covered last week. After that, we'll take a few minutes to do our weekly quiz, and we'll go over some of the things to expect with quizzes moving forward with that. And then after that, we'll jump into our substantive lecture for today, our new topic, really jumping into the meat of what we will be studying, at least for a portion of Sarf. And so it'll be very exciting. And then we'll go over our homework assignment for next week. And then that'll wrap us up, inshallah. If we have some extra time, we'll also be doing some practice from the book as well. So without further ado, let's go ahead and do a little bit of oral review on last week's topics. Nurjan, in your own words, what does sarf mean linguistically? Anybody? Mama? Good. Any type of change, any modification, alteration, some type of movement, stuff along those lines. So alteration, transformation, movement, those sorts of words are what we want to think of when we think of the word sarf in our head. طيب, in your own words, what does sarf mean technically?
Technically, it means morphology.
Good. That's one of the translations. Good. How would you like explain that to someone?
If I was to explain it in my own words, I would say that it's when you take the root letters of a word and add letters to it, or add different vowels to it to change its meaning.
Good. Very good. Right. So someone asked you, hey, I heard you joined seminary recently. What are your, what are you studying? You say, oh, what is that? You could explain it by saying, it is the study of how the change in a word's form alters its meaning. So the two key terms when it comes to sarf, understanding what this subject is, form and meaning. Form and meaning, how the alteration of a word's form has an impact on its meaning. All right. Selma, why was there a need for sarf to develop into a science? Right, to create a system in order to basically preserve the original pristine Arabic language, right? Because we had a lot of, as is called khalt malt, where you basically have people mixing and mixing and mixing and mixing. So there was a need to kind of pin down the original language in which the Quran was revealed. Ahmed, what's the difference between words that are mushtaq and words that are jamid?
I have my
Anybody? Said that?
Taka is the word that we can derive, like change it.
Good.
Jamid is static, like you can do it.
Good, very good. Mushtaqun are words that are derived and derivable, right? So this is the world that sarf exists in the mushtaqun world. These are words that we can change, we can alter, we can do stuff to it to change it slightly. Jamid is jamid, like this table is jamid. It is solid, it cannot be moved, it cannot be altered in any way. Isa, what does the word jidr mean?
The root letters of the word.
Good, very good. Jidr is our key word for root letters. And Mash'al, what about sigha? Good, everything outside of the root letters. So all of the voweling, all of the extra letters in the beginning or the end, the container, the pattern that a word sits on, that particular root letter sits on. All right. I wish this mic system worked so that I could hear the people online. I know we have a lot of folks online, but I guess I asked and it seems like it's been a problem this whole week that the
We can, Sheikha, we can hear you now.
that's online. But inshallah we'll get through it. Siraj, why don't you go ahead and recite us our detached pronouns chart?
هو هما هم هي هما هن أنت أنتما أنتم أنتي أنتما أنتن أنا أنا.
Ahsanta, excellent. Samira, go ahead and do the same thing. Detached pronouns chart.
هما هم هي
Huma.
هما هن
Mhm.
أنت
Anta.
أنت أنتم
Mhm.
أنتم
Anti.
أنت أنت أنتما
Mhm.
أنا
Good, good. Getting there. Grant, same thing.
هو هما هم هي هما هنا أنت أنتما أنتم أنتي أنتما أنتن أنا نحن.
Good. The only thing I would just suggest is that the two feminine plurals, make sure you're really pronouncing that shadda there. Hunna, hold the noon, and antunna. Otherwise, great. Nurjan, do the same thing.
هو هما هم هي هما هن أنت أنتما أنتم أنتِ
Good. Very good. So that's same thing.
هو هما هم هي هما هن أنت أنتما أنتم أنتي أنتما أنتن أنا نحن.
Good. And Rama, same thing.
أنت أنتم أنتِ
Good. Very good. All right. So with that, let's go ahead and jump into today's quiz. So the way that we do quizzes here in this class at least is that if you're in person, what you're going to do is old fashioned, you're going to take out a sheet of paper, write it down on the sheet of paper. When you're done, you're going to turn it into me. If you are online, you're going to do roughly the same thing, but the way you will submit it is you are just going to take a scan or take a picture of it and then send it to my email, ahussain@instituteofknowledge.com. If you are an in-person student, you will be receiving your quizzes back to you, a graded version of it in the coming weeks, either next week or the week after. If you are an online student and you would like to see some corrections on your quiz, you have to let me know individually. Otherwise, I just grade it straight and I don't write out the corrections. So go ahead and put away all your materials. And we are going to go ahead and take 7 minutes, maybe 10 if we really need it. Let's start off with 7, and then if we need more, we can assess at that time. Sorry, this shouldn't be like that, but this is our quiz. So basically all it is asking you to do is on the subject we studied last week, the detached pronouns, you are going to list the various pronouns that it is asking for. Okay. Fairly straightforward. You're going to write all of these out in Arabic. You do not need to write out any English translation. If there are repeats, meaning if there are certain pronouns that are listed twice on the chart, write out both. Yes.
Will drawing the chart cover all of that?
Well, what?
Will the drawing the entire chart cover that?
Technically, yes, but this is testing your comprehension of the chart. So not asking for everything, but specific pieces to make sure that we're not just reciting the chart like parrots, but we understand what each piece in the chart means. Someone is asking for the people online, when is it due? Same time as everybody else. So both in person and online folks, we will start the exam together and end the exam together. Quiz. Talking about conjugations for different pronouns that the pronoun itself can be both. Like number two saying list all feminine pronouns, but if there's a feminine pronoun that can also be a masculine pronoun, then include it. Basically, you're gonna be looking at the chart in your head. Anywhere where it says M is masculine only, and where it says F is feminine only. If there's any places where it says M and F, or M slash, it could be either. All right, we are 7 minutes in. Does anybody need more time? Oh, all right. Take a few more minutes. Yes,
When we're done, should we bring it up or just?
you can bring it up. Yep. Yes.
Is there repeats to include it twice? Yours, technically. But when you say plural, yes, with frequency, but you.
3 plus. Yes,
We have to recommend like a table or just?
list like that. Reminder for the online folks is that the way you turn in the quiz is to my email. You're gonna take a picture or scan it or anything like that, as long as it's clear and I can see the answers clearly. And you're gonna send it to my email address. IOP email. All right, let's take about 30 seconds to wrap up. We'll get started in the next minute or so. All right, let's go ahead and get these turned in. If you are in person, go ahead and get them on my desk. If you are online, get them in my inbox. Usually I give. Oh. Oh, how did you type this all so fast and print it? Online folks usually have like a 1 minute grace period. So it's 7:52, get it in by 7:53. All right, let's go ahead and get started with going through some answers. Do I have everybody's from in person? All right. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salamu ala rasulillah. Let's go through some answers here. So generally what we do to go through the answers is that I will pause the recording so that people who are watching this later on. All right. You can still turn it in. It'll be counted as late. If you would like to turn it in. All right, so what we usually do is that we will pause the recording so that anybody that is watching this later can still have an opportunity to turn in the quiz for credit. And then after we go through the answers, we will turn the recording back on. All right, let's look at some examples of what we learned that comes up in the Quran. Pretty much every single pronoun comes up in the Quran as a detached form, except, I have this written down, I believe just anti and antunna. But everything else comes up at least once as a detached pronoun. So that's another set of words that you'll be able to recognize when you come across it in the Quran. All right, which is again a really, really, really cool thing. All right, so now that you see this, or now that you know what you know and you see this on the very second page of the Quran, وَالَّذِينَ يُؤْمِنُونَ بِمَا أُنزِلَ إِلَيْكَ وَمَا أُنزِلَ مِن قَبْلِكَ وَبِالْآخِرَةِ هُمْ يُوقِنُونَ. You'll be able to identify at least one word and know exactly what it means again, which is amazing. What does hum mean? How would you translate hum? All of them, they all. All right, so here we have hum being utilized in the Quran. And those who believe in what has been revealed to you and what has been revealed before you, and those who believe, they all believe in the hereafter. They all believe and are certain in the hereafter. صبغة الله ومن أحسن من الله صبغة ونحن له عابدون. What does نحن mean? We, us. All right, this is the standard bearer of Allah. Sibgha is a kind of a complicated word. Literally it means a dye, like dye, something you dye something with, like a dyeing clothes a certain color, for example. Here it's more like a standard, a hallmark, a something where you see it and that is automatically being able to be attributed to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So this is the hallmark of Allah. Who is better than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in this? And we are servants and worshippers of him. أنتما comes up next. قال سنشد عضدك بأخيك ونجعل لكما سلطانا فلا يصلون إليكما بآياتنا أنتما ومن اتبعكما الغالبون. What does أنتما mean? Both of you. Any guesses on who this is talking about? Who does Allah talk about in the both of you? Amira.
Is it Prophet Musa and
Good. This is talking about Musa and Harun alayhim assalam. All right. We will fortify and strengthen literally your arm. Adud is your arm, but your ability with your brother, and we will give authority to both of you. They will not reach both of you with our signs. Both of you, you both and whoever follows you both will be the victorious, the ones who overcome. So what we covered in the chart last week, those were all of our detached pronouns, al-dhama'ir al-munfasila. There are also attached pronouns, all right? So attached pronouns is what we would think of as more of like the her or his or their, right? Kind of possessive when it's attached to a noun. But it can also be attached to other things as well. And so that chart, you guys will most likely be covering in your Nahu class, because that comes up in Nahu a bit more quickly than it comes up for us in Sarf. So we can see some attached pronouns here. Al-dhama'ir al-muttasila ka. All right, this is a attached pronoun. This is an attached pronoun. Both of these mean you. This is an attached pronoun, who, it means his or him. Attached pronoun, again, we see that kaf. Kuma is also an attached pronoun. Kuma again. Na is another attached pronoun. Kuma again. So there are attached pronouns as well. It has its own chart. You guys will probably be covering that in Nahu, but if you don't, by the time we get to it, then we'll cover it at that time. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead now, and this isn't new, but this is just a bit of a review from what we covered last week on how to categorize our pronouns. We covered these terms kind of in passing. We didn't like officially go through them as you know, stuff you'll be held accountable for memorizing. So this is a bit of a review. So pronouns, as we saw in our chart, right? We labeled our columns by plurality. We labeled our rows by the gender and by the number. All right, so this is just those terms in Arabic. The way we say gender in Arabic is al-jinsu. So if I ask you for or if I come across a word and I give it to you and I say, what is the jins? Then you know I'm asking what's the gender of this word. Masculine is mudhakkarun. Feminine is mu'annathun. Plurality is referring to the adad. So if I come across a word and I say, what's the adad of this word? I'm asking for the plurality. Singular is mufradun, dual is muthanna, and plural is jam'un. And lastly, person is the shakhs of the word. Third person is ghaibun. Second person is mukhatabun. You'll also hear it as hadirun, depending on who's your teacher. And first person is mutakallimun. Okay. All right. Okay. Now, let us go ahead and get into our second chart for this class, but our first actual like real conjugations. This is the fun stuff. This is where it gets really exciting. This is where you guys will literally for homework be writing out your own sentences in Arabic. That's really cool that the second week of class you're already able to do that. Yeah.
The recorded too.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, the recording has started. Yes, I know it's hard because usually it says recording has stopped, recording, whatever, but the speaker's not working. That's all. That's the reason why we didn't hear it. Always, yes, the slides are always accessible to you on the doc. I always post them after class. So if you didn't see it last week, it's because I posted after class. All right, so now jumping in to our first real chart. الفعل الماضي. الفعل الماضي, the past tense verb. The past tense verb. Okay. The reason why I have the word past tense here is because we kind of have an interesting way of understanding past tense in the English language versus understanding past tense in the Arabic language. This is a really subtle point in sarf, so if this kind of flies over your head, don't worry about it. You'll be going into this like deep in the depths when you get to like year 5. But basically what this is indicating towards is the fact that in English, when we say I ate a sandwich, what we understand from that is that I have done something in the past and I am no longer doing it right now in the present moment, right? That's generally, you know, I ran a marathon. I drove to school this morning, right? We understand the past tense in English to be something as it was done in the past, it's finished, it's over, it is not happening anymore. It is done, right? But in Arabic, the fi'l madi will generally translate it as the past tense, even as we come across it in our translations in the Quran, we will generally translate it as the past tense. But a subtle point that we want to keep in mind is that when it comes to al-fi'l al-madi in Arabic, all this means is that the action is complete. It means that an action is complete. It doesn't necessarily imply that it is no longer happening. Okay, so when we come across words that, you know, for example, قَدْ أَفْلَحَ الْمُؤْمِنُونَ, first ayah of Surah Al-Mu'minun. قَدْ أَفْلَحَ الْمُؤْمِنُونَ. Right, aflaha is a past tense verb. The believers have been successful, right? What that means in English, if I were to say, you know, I was successful, some person might be like, okay, so you're not successful anymore, all right? In Arabic, what it means is that this action is complete, like the completion of success has already been attained. It is something that is like perfected, it is completed, not necessarily that it is finished or over or it's not happening anymore. Okay, so it's just like a very subtle point. If it went over your head, don't worry about it. Okay, let's go through our chart for al-fi'l al-madi. We're going to label our rows and columns the same exact way that we did before. So along the top, we're going to be talking about plural, dual, singular, and across the sides, we're going to be doing our usual third person masculine, third person feminine, second person masculine, second person feminine, and our first person that can be either masculine or. All right. The base of what we will be doing this chart is the verb fa'ala. Right? Fi'l comes from the verb fa'ala. Fa'ala means to do. And so what we're going to do here is I'm going to write out the chart and everything that you see in, actually, how do we want to do this? I'll write out the chart and then we'll talk about how we can swap letters out for something else. So third person masculine singular is fa'ala. Dual. Fa'ala. Plural. Fa'alu. If at any point my handwriting is hard to read, just let me know.
Third masculine dual.
Third masculine dual, fa'ala.
Is it for the dual where it says fa'ala, is there an edit for that or is that just a?
That's an alif with the lam. Take a few more moments to copy this down and then we'll talk about it.
Hmm.
Everybody got it down? All right. All right, so let's talk about our past tense chart. Okay. So what this means, each of these conjugations, let's get this back, is that this conjugation itself is a full sentence. Every single box included in here has the pronoun that we talked about from the last chart combined with the meaning of the verb itself and the past tense. Fa'ala. The verb fa'ala means to do. So if I were to make that singular third person masculine and make it past tense, what would my translation be? He did. Fa'ala. He did. So I'm taking my meaning of the verb fa'ala, to do. I'm combining it with the concept of huwa. Huwa is our third person masculine singular and making it past tense. Fa'ala, he did. Fa'ala is what?
Two of them did.
Good. They both did, or them two did. Fa'alu,
They did.
they all did. Because in English, we unfortunately don't, or fortunately don't have a separation between our dual and our plural. The way I, on quizzes and exams, separate between them is that both, or sorry, dual will have the word both and plural will have the word all. Fa'alat is she did. Fa'alata, good. They both feminine did. Fa'alna,
They all did feminine.
good. Fa'alta,
You did.
you did. Fa'altuma,
We both did.
fa'altum. Fa'alti, good. Fa'altuma, فعلتن.
Faulted, feminine.
فعلت.
I did.
I did. فعلنا. You don't necessarily have to have it all because the first person doesn't have dual. All right. So that is how we would translate this chart. All right, so it's combining the pronoun with the meaning of a past tense and the verb's meaning itself. Okay. So what I have indicated here in pink, in the pink highlight, all right, those little notches at the bottom are referring to each letter. And I have highlighted on each and every single one of these boxes the haraka that goes on the middle root letter. Everything that is in pink can be swapped out for something else. What that means is if I want to change my verb, of course I can change my verb. My first letter will still have a fatha and my last letter will still have a fatha. Any verb that I choose, I can switch out the individual letters. I will still put a fatha on my first letter. I will still put a fatha on my last letter. My letters can be different. And also the haraka on my middle root letter can be different. This is something that is purely memorization based, right? I will give you all a vocabulary assignment for this week. You guys will be memorizing some new vocab words. And as you will see, some of the letters have a fatha on the middle root letter. Some of them have a kasra. Some of them have a dhamma. Dhamma is the rarest one. I don't think your vocab list for this week has it, but it exists. Either fatha, dhamma, or kasra can exist on the middle root letter. So what we have, the haraka that we put on the middle root letter is variable. It is changeable. It can vary depending on the verb at hand. But the haraka that goes on the first root letter never changes. Haraka that goes on the ending parts, all right, here, 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 this concept, this, what's going on here, none of that will change. That will always be static for all past tense verbs. It is only what is indicated in pink that can change. That makes sense? All right, let's do a little bit of practice with this. So if we turn to our book, the vocabulary list is on page 7, and it continues to 8. We're going to be looking down at the section where it says af'alun, actions. All right. So if you look at the top of the list, let's just start on the top right. You'll see that in every single entry, there are 3 different words, right? Sa'ala yas'alu su'alan. Dhahaba yadhhabu dhahaban. All right. The first word, as the chart indicates, is the al-fi'l madi. That's the past tense version of that word. The middle word is the fi'l mudari', the present tense version of that word. We'll cover that in the next few weeks. And then lastly is the masdar, the verbal noun. Okay. So what we know how to work with and how to use and how to manipulate is the first column, the fi'l madi. That's what we just learned. So we can take sa'ala, dhahaba, alima, dakhala, darasa, ja'ala, kafara. We can take all of those words and conjugate them and come up with complete sentences using those words. Okay. I have the words qala and I have the word ba'a crossed out. These are curveball words, meaning they have their own special charts. They're not going to follow the same chart that we have. So you can cross them out for now. We'll revisit it when we get to that topic. But you do not have to memorize these words as of now. So cross it out. Don't worry about it. and they will not work with this chart that we are doing. Yes. All right. So let's look. Let's see. Sa'ala has a fatha on the middle root, dhahaba also, but what about this one? Alima. This one has a kasra on the middle root letter, meaning when I go back to my chart here and I am plugging in my letters to come up with a new chart, not only am I going to replace fa, ain, and lam with ain, lam, and mim, I'm also going to, instead of making this a fatha, make it a kasra for the entirety of the chart. Okay, so whatever is in pink there can be different based off of what verb you are dealing with. And whatever you have in this middle root letter is going to be the same haraka you put on that middle root letter for the entire chart. The entire chart will have a kasra on the middle root letter for alim. We see some more dakhala, darasa, ja'ala, kafara. Okay. Sami'a also has a kasra. Amila also has a kasra. As you can see, the vast majority does have a fatha, which is great. But when it does have something different, you can have a kasra, you can have a dhamma. Whenever you do have that, that change is going to be there for the entirety of the chart. So let's take, for example, Sami'a, and let's construct our own chart. Let's go around and do this together and see what we come up with. Okay. Let's just loop around the room. Mash'al, how would I, or first one's easy because it's already there in the book. Sami'a. Mash'al, what would my second word be? Sami'a. All right, you're going to want to make sure you're really accentuating that last med to ensure that we know that it's dual. Nurjan, what about my next one? Good. Sami'u. Tayyib, what's my next one?
On the bottom right, or the, Sami'at.
Good. Sami'at. Sami'at. Siraj?
سمعت
Good. Sami'ata. And Tayyib? Oh, sorry, Grant.
Sami'na.
Good. Sami'na. Ahmed?
Next one.
Mhm.
خلق.
No, so we're going through the chart. Sami'a, sami'a, sami'u, sami'at, sami'ata, sami'na. What's my next entry? So what we're doing here is we're looking at this chart,
Yes.
our base for the verb, and we're filling it out now with a different verb. So it's looking at how can we use a template and utilize that template to come up with a new verb, to come up with a new
The third one now. فعلت فعلتما فعلتم.
Right, so we are here right now, فعلنا سمعنا. So now this is our next one. How can we take فعلت and use the verb سمع instead?
سمعت.
سمعت.
سمعتما. Right?
سمعت. Isa.
سمعتما
Good. سمعتما. Salma. We're gonna do our second person masculine plural. سمعتم. سمعتم. Sardar, what about our next one?
سمعت
سمعتي. Good. And then Insha. سمعتما. Abdurrahman,
سمعتن
سمعتن. أميرة. سمعت. And Ahmed, DJ.
سمعنا
سمعنا. All right. Yeah.
So the first verb and right?
Mhm.
That English is the first one to be.
They do have names. Yep. The verb form that we are covering right now is called thulathi mujarrad. Thulathi mujarrad. And then the other verb forms are named based off of their masdar.
We need to know that name now or
Sure. Rania, what does fa'ala mean? Is it an example of, sorry, you asked this a while ago. This is, fa'ala means to do. Fa'ala means to do. I believe it's on your vocab list for this week. Or not. But yes, fa'ala means to do. All right. So now that we have our new sami'a chart, we're going to do the same thing to derive a meaning. We're going to take the concepts of our pronouns chart, apply it to the verb at hand, and make it past tense. So we have sami'a yasma'u sam'an, to listen or to hear. To listen or to hear. All right. So sami'a, how would I translate that in a verbal sentence?
Listen.
He heard or he listened. Good. He heard or he listened. Sami'a. They both heard. Sami'u. They all heard. Sami'at. She heard. Yes, sir.
if the two letters are like together, there is no like let's swim them. This is past tense, right?
Sorry, one more time.
If two root letters they are together and like there's no like let's swim them. It's this one is past tense, right?
If you have two root
There's
letters,
three letters all like the same. There's no like letters between them, and it's like a that's in the past tense, right?
so not necessarily. That's a good point. We're gonna go through some of the analysis of the chart in 1 second, but the key thing with past tense that will separate it out from other tenses is that we only add letters to the end, never to the beginning. But the fact that they're all three together with nothing separating, we have other tenses that do that as well. Mudari does that too. So when we're looking at our charts and we want to identify how can I look at this word and know automatically that this is past tense, one of the best ways to do that is how can I separate it from other tenses? How can I separate it from other words? How can I separate it like that? So the fact that they're all together, unfortunately, isn't that helpful because the present tense does that too. But what is helpful is the fact that we never add letters to the beginning because our present tense does do that.
How do we know which words we can put into this chart?
Anything on our list, anything that's a past tense verb.
And only these words?
No, anything, any past tense word that is in verb form 1. Yeah. So this chart that we have here works for all sound past tense verb form 1 verbs. What I mean by sound is that this is something that doesn't have a curveball root letter. What that means in essence is that none of the root letters are weak letters, meaning none of the root letters, whether it's the first, second, or third, is a waw, a ya, or an alif. If either of them are waw, ya, or alif, then we got some separate rules to pay attention to. If our second and third root letter are identical as well, this chart will not work. If the second and third root letter are the exact same letter, this chart does not work. So this is going to be our chart for all sound, no weak letters and no repeat letters, past tense verb form 1, verbs.
How do we know which words? Sorry,
We will be coming across the differentiating factors between the different verb forms, but for now, all of the verbs that we're covering in our vocab list are all verb form 1. All of the vocab that I will give you for your homework assignments, these are all verb form 1. So any vocab word that you are assigned to memorize, you can use this chart for it. Yes.
So you said if the middle letter or any letter.
Any. We'll come across some special rules. Wow usually does work as the first root letter, but I don't want to confuse people with that. All we want to just utilize is remembering that just whatever we come across for our vocab is what this chart is going to work out for.
And only 3-letter verbs? Are they all part of verb family 1?
3 root letters only. Yes, yes. Have you guys gone through like a tutorial on how to use Hansware?
Yes.
Okay, we will do a lot of that in this class, especially as we get into the different verb forms. But yes, it is the same numbering system that's used in the dictionary. That's why we use it.
If we have the Hansware, should we bring it with us to class?
At this point, you can choose to if you want to. But if you do have, but I do highly recommend that everybody has a physical copy. For sure. If you are able to get your hands on a physical copy, highly, 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 highly recommend getting a physical copy. The Hansware Arabic to English Dictionary. It's a green cover. It's pretty infamous in the Arabic speaking realm. The reason why I highly suggest getting a physical copy, as opposed to using the online version, is that with a physical copy, when you look up a word that you don't know, you are able to highlight it. And so when you come across maybe that same word again and you forgot what it means and you go back and you see, oh shoot, this word's highlighted. That means you already looked it up once, you shouldn't have to look it up again. So it sort of just serves as a reminder that I need to study this word better. I need to spend more time memorizing this word, because ideally that's the goal of how vocab buildup works, right? At this point, you guys are very, 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 very new. So we give you the words to memorize, but as you guys get more and more advanced, your way of building your vocab is simply going to be looking up words that you don't know as you read stuff. Okay, and that's ideally how you want to build up that skill, is by come across a word, look it up, memorize it, never look it up ever again. Right, that's the benefit of having a physical copy, is that you get those reminders of perhaps what words need more time if you do have to end up looking up a word again. Okay, let's look at some features of this chart. We're going to do the same thing that we did with our pronouns chart. What are some things people notice? All right, one of the big things, I think perhaps the biggest thing that we notice with the past tense chart is that any extra stuff, any extra letters, any extra, whatever, it's always after the last root letter. Always after. Notice that we never have anything that comes before the fa. None of the boxes have that. So when you are reading something and you're coming across a word and I'm asking you, what is the sira? What is the pattern? And you're stuck. Is it past tense? Is it present tense? I'm not really sure. Your dead giveaway and you're doing your process of elimination is that if there is any other letter that's attached to the front, it is not past tense. You can eliminate that from the options. All right, so we're only adding letters to the end. What else? What are some other things that people notice about this chart? Yeah. Good. All of the duals end in an alif, similar to what we saw with our pronouns chart, right? All of our duals end in an alif. What else?
all singulars except for.
All of the singulars except for the third person masculine end with a ta. Good, very good. All of our singulars except for third person masculine end with a ta. Yes,
All the plural feminine is. Ends with moon.
good. All of our plural feminine ends with a noon. What else? Yeah,
The second person masculine and second person feminine sound like enten.
yes, yes. Right, the second persons kind of end the same way as the pronoun chart for all of the second person, right? Fa'alta sounds like anta. Fa'altuma sounds like antuma. Fa'altum sounds like antum, right? The endings are the same.
All the duals and everything. Okay?
Good. Who said that already? Rama, thank you for the echo. Appreciate it. What else?
All the first part start reduction.
Good. All of the harakat on the first root letter are the same. They will all be in fatha. Good. What else? Good. That's a big one that I'm surprised hasn't been mentioned yet. Second person duals are the same. All right. This is the only repeat in the entire chart. All right. That's something kind of special and unique about our past tense chart. When we do our present tense chart next time, we'll see that there is a lot of repeats. In this chart, however, there's only one. Second person duals are the same. So you might be having the question, oh, well, when I come across it, when I'm reading it, how do I know whether this is feminine, whether it's masculine? It's just based off of context. All right. Context will be your only helper when it comes to distinguishing these two because they both are the same. Yeah.
This is a question. For the plural, third person masculine, so the alif is just it's silent, right? So you don't pronounce it. Okay.
Yes. This alif must be there in order for the question to be correct, in order for the conjugation to be correct. It must be there. It is there for spelling. This is how the word is properly spelled, but you don't pronounce it. Fa'alu, the alif is completely silent. What else? There's one more big one.
Fine.
On the,
You mentioned was about the second letter.
we mentioned the rule about the second root letter. The haraka will change depending on the verb. Anything else people notice? Yeah. Perfect. This is a really big one because this is going to be an issue that comes up over and over and over and over again in different verb forms, in different curveball conjugations as well. We see this common theme. The first 5 boxes kind of follow one vibe. And then when you get to hunna until the end, it's almost like a switch. All right. And then that pattern follows for the rest of the chart. It's a bit easier if you say it out loud. Fa'ala, fa'ala, fa'alu, fa'alat, fa'alata, fa'alna, fa'alta, fa'altuma, fa'altum, fa'alti, fa'altuma, fa'altunna, fa'altu, fa'alna. You see how the first 5 boxes kind of sound a little bit different? And then when you get from hunna to the end, it sounds a little bit different, right? It follows its own kind of flow, its own type of vibe. So first 5 boxes all have some haraka on the last root letter, whether it's a fatha, fatha, dhamma, fatha, fatha. They have some haraka on the last root letter for the first 5. Hunna to the end, last root letter will be sakina. It will have a sukun on it. Okay. We all feeling comfortable with this chart? We all feeling comfortable with how it works? Okay, let's do some practice. Have your chart in front of you. Have your chart in front of you. And let's do some examples. So here is the chart here for, we wrote this out together. This is the chart that they give you in the book. So it's kind of basically the same thing, just written out a little bit differently. This is with a different verb. They use the verb nasara. All right, list all 14 conjugations for the following past tense verbs. So I give you 3 root letters and the haraka that goes on the middle root letter. This is all you need to do the chart. If I didn't have that haraka on the middle root letter, if all I gave you was the root letters itself, you would need to look this word up. You would need to look this word up in a dictionary, in your vocab list if you have it, to see, what is that haraka that goes on the middle root letter? The haraka that goes on the middle root letter is not intuitive. It doesn't follow a pattern. It doesn't follow any sort of trick. It is just one of those things you have to memorize. One of those things you have to look up if you don't know it. One of those things that you have to memorize. Okay, there's no like way to figure it out on your own. Okay, all right. Let us go ahead and do some rounds of full charts. Again, for my online folks, I am really sorry that their mic system isn't working, but hopefully you guys can get some chance to do this out loud on your own as we're going around doing it in class. Amira, go ahead and start us off. Fashilu, good. The whole chart.
Fashilat. Fashilata. Fashilta. Shiltuma. Shiltum. Fashil. Shiltuma. Shiltunna. Fashil. Shil.
Good. Yeah. Yes.
Did you add a yeah after the sheen? You said fashiri.
No, I did not. I just emphasizing because she said fasha. So I was just emphasizing that kasra that we have here, it's going to stay for the entire chart. Does not change. All right. How was that, Amira?
Tricky until you do a couple.
Tricky until you do a couple. That is this entire year summarized in one sentence. All right. Things will be a little bit tricky but once you get going, once you do a few practice rounds, once you do it while you're washing the dishes, while you're driving to school, whatever it is that you do, this is the time to do these when you're doing something that your mind can be somewhere else. All right. That is one of the best ways to get these charts very, 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 very solid. Okay. Hidayah, go ahead and do the, or sorry, Hidayah or Hadia? Hidayah. Go ahead and do the next one. That is a ha, najaha. Good. Isa, go ahead and do the next one.
Rakibat, rakibat, rakibu, rakibat, rakibata, rakibna, rakibta, rakibtuma, rakibtum, rakibtu, rakibtuma, rakibtunna, rakibtu, rakibna.
Good. Sardar, go ahead and do the next one.
Farajat, farajat, faraju, farajat, farajata, farajanna,
Try it one more time.
farajna,
Good. Kharajna.
farajta, farajtuma, farajtum, farajti, farajtuma, farajtumna, farajtu, farajna.
Good. Abdurrahman.
دخل
Mhm.
دخل دخلي دخلت
Okay.
دخلت صح دخلت
You're skipping a row.
And skipping what?
A row.
Oh, I don't
Go up one row.
think I know this one.
So you got dakhala, dakhala, dakhalu. You got our third person masculine row.
Feminine.
Good, but we're still in third person. Third person feminine row. Sorry. Dakha,
Let's.
let.
دخلت. دخلت. دخلنا. دخلت. دخلتما. دخلتم. دخلتي. دخلتما. دخلتن. And then دخلتم. دخلنا.
Excellent. Samira, go ahead and do the next one. One more time. What was the first one? La'iba. Yeah. So the lam at the end of that fa'ala chart, that's part of the root letter. That's what can be switched out. So the lam, we're not going to keep it there. We're going to switch out all of the root letters for these three new ones. So instead of fa, ain, and lam on your chart, you're going to almost like replace it entirely with lam, ain, and ba.
So it would be
La'iba, la'iba. Mhm. So we're gonna do la'iba for the first one. No fatha. Sorry, no alif at the end. La'iba. La'ibu. La'ibat. So it sounds like you're still saying the lam at the end. So this lam here, all right, this lam that we have in our fa'ala chart, we're gonna move it out completely in its place. We're gonna put the ba from la'iba instead. So we got la'ibat. Good. Good. La'ibta. La'ibtuma. Tum. La'ibti. Mhm. La'ibna. Good. Very good. All right. Let's do just a few more and then we'll take a short break. Rama, next one. Mhm. طيب, next one.
فتحنا فتحت فتحتما فتحتم فتحتي فتحتما فتحنا فتحتنا
فتحتن.
فتحت فتحنا.
Fatahna. Good. Just a key thing on when we are saying these charts, we want to make sure we are clearly distinguishing between these two. Third person feminine plural, no alif, short nun. Fa'alna, fatahna. First person, plural. We, نحن is فعلنا, فتحنا, لعبنا. All right, so make sure you're adding that stretch in there. All right, طيب, with فتح. The word فتح means to open. How would I translate the word فتحت?
Sorry, you said طيب.
I said طيب. But it's also not she.
The question is when
فتحت.
فتحت would be dual. For both, second person dual.
Good. How do you translate it? Like, how would you just say that in an English sentence?
Oh, فتحت, what is the word? فتح mean?
To open.
To open, they both open, male or female? They
Female.
both open.
Female.
فتح,
فتحتا is they both female.
they both open.
Yes. فتحتا, they both opened. Female. They both opened. Female. Going back to some of the things we did here, غلق means to lock. Muhammad, how would I translate غلقت?
They all open.
غلقت. And غلق means to lock. Or close. I locked. Good. لعب means to play. لعب means to play. سعد, how would I translate لعبتم? You all played. You all played. دخل is to enter. إنشاء, how would I translate دخلت?
You played. Sorry.
دخل is to enter.
Oh,
دخلت.
you entered.
You entered. Good. You masculine entered. خرج is to exit. خرج is to exit. Ahmed, how would I how would I translate خرجتما?
You both went out.
Good. You both exited. You both went out. Excellent. Rakiba, to ride. How would I translate rakibu? Ahmed DJ.
They all wrote.
They all rode. Good. Maska. Very good. All right. Let's just do a couple more of these. Mash'al, take us through the chart for Dafara.
دفع
Mhm. دفعنا. Good. Let's see who can handle this minor curveball. Very minor. Siraj, take us through this chart.
سكن سكنا سكنوا سكنت سكنتا
Is right. Very minor. All you're gonna do is just combine those two noons into a shadda. Sakanna. You're gonna combine it into a shadda.
سكنت سكنتما سكنتم سكنتي سكنتما سكنتن سكنتو سكننا
Good.
سكننا
Sakanna. Nurjan, take us to the next one.
حملت حملنا حملنا
One more time.
wait حملتها
Good.
حملنا
عملت عملتما عملتم عملتي عملتما عملتن عملت عملنا.
Good, Ahsanti. And Grant, take us through our last one for now.
بحث بحثا بحثوا بحثت بحثتا بحثت بحثنا بحثت بحثتنا بحثتما بحثتم بحثتي بحثتما بحثتنا بحثت بحثنا.
Good. Again, the same suggestion I had as earlier, just make sure that your second person feminine plural has that shadda there. بحثتن.
بحثتن.
بحثتن. Good. بحثتنا. بحثتن. All right, let's go ahead and just take a short break. I know this is a lot. Let's come back around 9:05.
Yeah. I got reevaluated the beer for this. Maybe I go through the meeting. It's not really like really. How long will that go? Like 30. Yeah, mine was still like. Yeah. That's 50 seconds. Are you fine? For the like last minutes. No, it doesn't sound good. But it isn't going to be an opportunity.
What is Muslim?
Verbal noun. Verbal noun, yeah, so we'll get into that, but verbal noun is basically the concept or idea of a verb. So, if you were to look at. قرأ, he read, يقرأ, he is reading, قراءة, recitation. So it's like the act itself. Concept or idea. All right. All right. Bismillah, walhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. How are folks feeling about al-fi'l al-madi? Fairly straightforward, just need some practice. All right, let's go ahead and solidify some of the concepts and also get us a head start on our homework. Our homework assignment, one of them is going to be memorizing our verbs from chapters 12 and 13, only the af'al section. Only the af'al section, and you can cross out, you can cross out to say, قال يقول قولا, and you can also cross out to sell, باع يبيع بيعا. You will be memorizing all three of the terms. Even though we only know how to use the first term so far, you're gonna memorize all three. All right, so you're still gonna memorize the mudari, or you're gonna memorize the masdar as well. Okay, so in essence, every single word will have three terms to memorize alongside it. Okay, let's go to the drills in chapter 12. Drill number 3. This is on page 10.
Just to clarify, so just the action portion of the page, nothing up here? Okay.
Is it past, present, future?
No, so the maldi is past tense. Mudari is present / future. I will cover that when we cover it. And then the masdar is a noun. It's not a verb. It is the verbal noun. It's talking about the concept or idea of something. All right. So what you're gonna do, you're gonna have your vocab list open in front of you because we haven't memorized these words just yet. If you know it from previously, that's great. You're gonna have a vocab list in front of you. The question is giving you a conjugation. And we're gonna translate it. Drill 3 directions, identify the inside pronoun and then translate. Pay attention to the endings of each fi'l. That's just a little tip because that's gonna tell you what your conjugation is. So first one we can do together, all right? So I have my word sa'alat. Sa'alat. Okay, the book and also just regularly speaking, if a letter is blank, meaning it does not have any haraka on it at all, you assume it's a sukun. If the letter is blank, you assume that it is a sukun. So here we have sa'alat. If I don't know what this word means, I could look to my vocab list. I could also look this word up in a dictionary. I will see that this word means to ask. Okay. Joseph, thank you. My pronoun is she, hiya. Sa'alat hiya. So Joseph, how would I translate this word altogether? Sa'alat. She asked. Perfect. She asked. She asked. All right. Dhahabat. Sorry, yes, Amira.
Is it, oh, okay, sorry.
You good?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Do we ignore the third one? Welcome.
Do we know that?
Do we ignore it because it's all that way around?
Yes, we're gonna ignore all of the ones with qala, ba'a. All right, number 2, Saad, why don't you take us through number 2? Dhahabat.
Yes.
Good, what's the pronoun?
Pronoun is the other.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Hiya. Good, and then what's my translation?
She went.
She went. She went. Muhammad, what about number 4? Alima.
Lima. We learned.
We learned would be ta'allamna.
They both learned.
Alima is not to learn. Alima is to
Each.
not to teach,
You know,
to know. So one more time. Alima is
You know.
the number 4.
They both know.
That would be ya'lamani.
Wait, wait.
We're gonna want to translate multiple pieces at the same time. The vocab word, the pronoun, and the tense. So try again one more time, Muhammad.
So the meaning or
Everything. Alima means
they both know.
That would still be ya'lamani. You're translating it as present tense. I need to translate it as past tense.
They both knew.
They both knew. They both knew.
And it's a dual masculine third person.
Good, good. Which is what pronoun?
Uma.
All right. They both knew. Number 5, red shirt. What is your name?
Oh, Malik.
Malik. All right. Number 5.
Number 5.
دخلتما.
Dakhaltuma is you both entered, and it is second person masculine.
Good. It could be either, right? دخلتما. There's no way of us telling whether it's masculine or feminine. You both entered. You both entered. All right. So our pronoun is? Our pronoun is?
The Oh, the pronoun is antuma.
Antuma. Good. Abdurrahman, 6. Darasa.
It's gonna be he studied.
He studied. Perfect. He studied. Number 7, Sardar, number 7. Ja'alti.
I don't know the meaning of jump.
So you're going to refer to your vocab list. These are all words from the vocab list. Yeah. So as we're going through this, feel free to have your chart open in front of you, have your vocab list open in front of you.
Mike?
Mhm.
So you made feminine?
Good. You, feminine, made. Isa, kafaru.
They all disbelieve.
Good.
Plural, third person masculine.
Good. What's the pronoun?
Hmm.
Number 10, عرفنا. Amira.
They all be recognized
Good.
or knew.
قرأتن. مشعل. قرأتن. Good. You all feminine read. You all feminine read. سمعت. Samira, take us through number 12. سمعت. So what we're going to do here to try to figure it out, we're going to do a few things. We're going to look at our root letters. Sami'a, our verb. Let's see if we can find it on our vocab list. Let me know if you see it anywhere. You can also look up at the screen. Good. To listen, to hear. So I'm going to go back down here. I'm going to just jot it down. Listen. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at my ending. To. I'm going to look back to my chart. Which of my conjugations has the ending to?
Singular.
Good. It's the ana conjugation, right? So what I'm going to do is I know my vocab word now, and I know my conjugation that it has, all right? So I'm going to be trying to look for what has a to at the end. I see that it's my ana conjugation. So I'm going to take what ana means. Ana means what? Ana means I. Anta means you. Ana means I. Okay. So I'm going to take I combined with my vocab word and make it past tense. One more time. So what we're doing right here is we have the word samirtu. They gave us the Arabic word. They're asking us for what this means in English, right? So I've got my word sami'a means to listen. So I know that part. I know that the to ending means that it's referring to first person singular, me, I. So we're going to take I am doing this action of listening, but make it past tense. How do we translate that? So the question is asking for the English. How would I translate this word sami'tu into English? Good. The verb sami'a means to listen. On the pattern of sami'tu, what does it mean? This is going to be I listened. I listened. So what I'm doing here is I'm taking the vocab word of what sami'a means, listen. And I am trying to identify which box does this fall on. Is it he listened? Is it they both listened? Is it she listened? The way I figure out what pronoun, who's doing the listening, is by looking at what I'm attaching to the end. Here it's a ta with a dhamma, tu. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say fa'ala, no ta with a dhamma, fa'ala, nope, fa'alu, nope. I'm gonna keep going until I get, oh, fa'altu, sami'tu, that's my conjugation. So this is referring to first person, it's referring to singular, this is I listened. Sami'tu is I listened. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Khalaqa, let's keep going. Insha, khalaqa. He created. Hidayah, katabna. We wrote. Perfect. Nurjan, amiltum.
أنتم you all knew.
Close. That's alimtum.
Oh,
Yeah, people get confused with this one a lot.
you were.
You worked. Alima is to know. Amila is to work. 16. Rama. I ate. Tayyib, 17.
Adadu, and they all worshipped.
Siraj, 18.
Bolamata to press, and it's huma.
Mhm.
They both oppress.
Good. They both feminine.
They-
So generally speaking, in English, we don't have, except for he and she, we don't really have a way of distinguishing genders. So when it is ambiguous, you're going to want to clarify, whether it's on an exam or a written assignment or whatever, you're going to want to just clarify. You can just do so very easily, parentheses with the M or F. What's the gender if it is ambiguous? If it's not clear, like he created, no ambiguity there. They both oppressed, some ambiguity, so clarify what the gender. Yeah. Yes.
I have a question about Abatum and silent.
Why is that?
Abatum,
For what number?
number 24
Number 24.
should be.
Yeah, so basically this is just a reading rule. Abadtum. But if you kind of read it kind of fast, then it turns into abadtum, like you kind of skip over the dal completely. But don't worry too much about that. This is the actual way to spell it. Abadtum. All right. Number 19. Salma. They all prostrated. Grant, number 20.
Nasartuma. And Tuma is the pronoun. They both helped, feminine.
Not
Or
they both.
you both helped.
You both. Good.
Question?
Yeah.
For number 19, you put. But couldn't it be both male or female? Do we need to put?
The conjugation itself is masculine. But in terms of what it could mean, it could include female as well. So when we're thinking about the conjugations, we're gonna want to think of them in terms of the way we label them on the box, not in terms of what practically it could mean. Because if that's the case, the entire chart could be a mixed chart, right? But the sajadu is intrinsically a masculine conjugation. Nasarna, Isa, Nasarna.
They all provided help, feminine.
Good. They all feminine. Helped. Number 22, sajada. Where are we? Sardar, sajada, 22.
Is they both for male?
Mhm.
I don't know what's the thing.
It's on the list, so you can look at it on the list. They,
Yeah, I saw it, but I didn't understand.
oh, what does it say?
To hold one's head to the ground.
Yeah, it's a lot of these translations are kind of clunky. So sajada means to prostrate, to put your head in sajda. So
Oh.
bowing your head to the ground, meaning like doing sajda,
To be,
sujud. Mhm.
okay. They both sujood.
Yeah, yeah, they both sujuded. Yeah, they both prostrated. Prostrate, bow your head to the ground. I'll work. All right, 23. Abdurrahman.
We both oppressed.
Not we both.
Oh, okay. It's not what we both, it's we all, we oppressed.
Good, just we oppressed.
Yeah.
Yeah, Walamna, we oppressed. The first person does not have a dual. We oppressed. All right. Everybody getting a vibe for this? Everybody getting comfortable with it? It's starting to feel familiar. It's starting to feel a bit more comfortable. It makes sense to everybody? Okay. So if you would like, you don't have to, if you would like, completing this is a great way to just consider to be your study time, to do some more practice, all of that stuff, okay? So looking at what we have for homework this week. All right, so this is our class for this week. I will post the PowerPoint after class. The topic that we covered is al-fi'l al-madi, the past tense verb. Homework. Memorize the chapter 12 and 13 vocabulary from the actions section on page 7 to 8, except the ones excluded in class, to say, and to sell. All right. Write and translate 5 one-word past tense sentences from the vocab list. Use a different pronoun and a different verb for each sentence. So what am I looking for? Something along the lines of Sa'altu, I asked. Dhahabna, we went. Alimta, you knew. Dakhaltunna, they all feminine entered. Darasa, they both studied. You guys get it, all right? So you're gonna pick any vocab word you want. You're gonna pick a conjugation. You're gonna write it out, translate it. 5 sentences. Right. Yeah.
How do we access the doc?
I sent it on the WhatsApp first. Yeah, it's on the WhatsApp group.
Sorry, can you send it in there one more time, because I think a lot of new people have been added.
Okay,
It's the First class.
Yeah, I
You can't see
got it.
previous estimate. You can't see previous.
oh, okay, I will add it, I think it's also, I'll add it to the, I'll see if I can get it added to the description, so that everybody can. All right,
Subscription can be edited at any moment.
the,
Subscription can be edited at any moment.
oh, snap, okay, I will do that then. All right, write out the past tense charts for the following verbs. All right, so these are 3 verbs. Darasa, ghadiba, kamula. Just write out the entire chart, and you can write the chart while looking at your notes. This is an exercise to just get it going. And then the last one is something that we do every year. This is probably your guys' first time doing it, so just some instructions here. Voice recordings. Okay, voice recordings of yourself doing the charts. All right, we're gonna want to get this smooth, comfortable. You're gonna want to be able to say this the way you say your ABCs. Okay, very just no hesitation, no stuttering. So it's gonna take a lot of practice for you to get to that point, right? So voice recordings of yourself reciting the past tense charts for the following verbs: kataba, labisa, kathura. Okay. So what you're gonna do is this homework assignment should be the last thing you do. All right, these ones are kind of built in so that you can practice, so you can get used to the charts, so you can do whatever. Once you get to this point, hopefully things are smooth, things are comfortable. You want to try to do this assignment without looking at your notes, without looking at your charts, without looking at anything. Okay, the way that people have done this in the past, you can either choose to send this as like a WhatsApp voice note to me only, not to the group. You can do a WhatsApp voice note, or you can also just do a voice recording and email it. Whatever you're comfortable with, whatever works for you. If you're not super tech savvy, I'm not either. So if you prefer to just do this in person at some point, just let me know. As long as we do it before next Wednesday. Okay. Send the recordings as individual voice notes or recordings or whatever. However you do it, as long as you get it to me in any format, that's fine. And that will wrap us up for our homework this week. Any questions? Yeah. Yep, exactly. Exactly. Perfect. Yep.
For when you say something for one has individual voice notes, that means like for each verb that a separate voice note.
Yep. If that's easy. If it's not, then that's also fine. Whatever is easiest for you guys. Anything else? Can we voice note for, yeah, you can do it on WhatsApp, you can do it through email, you can do it through text, whatever you need to do. If you really are not tech savvy, then you can also just do an office hours with me and we can do it in person. Whatever you need to do. All right, cool. All right. Subhanallah wa bihamdihi, subhanallah al-azim, subhanaka Allahumma wa bihamdik, nashhadu an la ilaha illa anta, nastaghfiruka wa natubu ilayk. Wa sallallahu ala khayri khalqika Muhammad walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamu alaikum.
Sheikha, what's the difference between Alima and Arifa?
Good question. Alima is more of like an information type of, you know something. To need, like he knew information was received. There's more like, there's less work on the part of the doer. I know this guy is whatever. Whereas Arafa requires more intentional work to recognize something. This is something that requires a bit more of like pondering, reflection. I saw you last week, so I recognize you today. I recognize that there is a God. I recognize that there's poverty. It requires more effort as opposed to just like, you know, something. So we're gonna talk a bit about this in the coming weeks, but you guys are gonna, as your vocab builds up and as you get more advanced within the next, you know, within just this vocab list within the next few weeks, you're gonna see a lot of words that mean the same thing. Synonyms, right? We have them in English too. The way you are going to differentiate between them is kind of like those subtle indicators that we have in English as well, like a connotation. Right? Some words can mean the same thing, but they have different connotations, right? So alima and arafa is a great example where they kind of like just as a dictionary definition, they mean the same thing.
Mm.
But in terms of the connotation that they imply, one requires more effort on the part of the person doing it.
Like it.
This is the third bucket. Huh? Huh? Yeah, this is the third one. Also, this is 610, right? 610? Okay.
Assalamualaikum. We need your Sheikh, the people on the Zoom wanted us to remind you that their things are not working.
Yeah.
Salam.
Yeah, I think so. Sounds right. All the verbs we went over, all the different forms are past tense. So just do that word, all the different boxes. And like you were just saying it right now. I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
بسم الله والحمد لله. بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم بسنته إلى يوم الدين. What did you guys cover in Sheikh Aisha class? فعل الماضي. You guys all knew the pronouns?
Now we do.
Huh?
Now we do.
Now you do? Yes. You guys covered فعل الماضي? She went through the chart?
Yes.
Yeah. كتب كتبا كتبوا كتبت كتبتا كتبنا. Huh? She only used فعل.
No.
Got it, I get it. But you went through the chart.
Yeah.
Regardless of what the verb is. Who had studied it before? Sorry, just hands up again. Those of you that raise your hand so you know it. Huh?
Inshallah.
Hello. Isa do like خرج.
خرج خرج خرجوا خرجت خرجتا خرجنا خرجت خرج خرجتما خرجتم خرجتي خرجتما خرج خرج خرجنا
What was the last one? The one before that? What was it? What did you get?
خرجتما
Uh-huh. And then
خرجنا
خرجتن.
yeah خرجتنا and then خرجت
Uh-huh.
خرجنا.
Good. Today just lift off the pronouns. Rahman, you know the verbs? Some more on that. Grant, you raised your hand, huh? فتح.
فتح فتح فتحوا فتحت فتحتا فتحنا فتحت فتحتما فتحتم فتحتي فتحتما فتحنا
فتحتن.
فتحتما فتحتو فتحنا.
Yeah, that's it. Sardar, you know your pronouns?
Yes.
Yeah, what are they?
What? My mom.
خلاص.
هو هم هي هما هن
Start again.
هو هما هم هي هما هن أنت أنتما أنتم أنت أنتما أنتن أنا نحن.
Good. Amira, the 4 types of plurals are?
جمع مذكر السالم، جمع المؤنث السالم، جمع تكسير، اسم جمع.
طيب, give me an example of a جمع تكسير, a broken plural in all 3 states.
Broken plural of 3 states. أولاد أولاد أولاد.
Michelle, do you agree? You sure? Yeah. Sarah, do you agree?
You said جمع المذكر السالم.
No,
Oh,
it's جمع تكسير.
Yeah.
You agree? In chat, you agree? Yeah? It's good that you guys agree. Ulama, when I asked about the verbs, you said you've studied them before, right? So if I can give you one, you can conjugate it, correct? What did I call Asa? What verb did you do? Do you remember? You did fataha. Rama do raja'a, but do the chart backwards.
رجعنا رجعت رجعتنا رجعتنا رجعت رجعتنا رجعتي رجعتني رجعتنا رجعت
هن
رجعت رجع
هي.
رجعت رجعوا رجعوا
Good. Malik, welcome back. I feel like we haven't seen each other in a few days.
Yeah, I come Mondays, I can't come Tuesdays, and I come Wednesdays, and I can't go on Thursdays, and I just choose not to come Friday. And go on.
I'm not here Friday, so I'm not.
Oh, okay.
What day is today?
Today's one.
Wednesday's a good day. Malik, what are the 2 types of sentences in Arabic?
جملة اسمية جملة فعلية.
Good. A jumlatun ismiyatun needs a what and a what?
جملة اسمية means
First of all, define the jumlatun ismiyatun.
it's a noun sentence.
Nominal sentence, same difference. Okay. What does it need? It needs 2 main parts.
What does it start with? The letter it starts with?
Meme. DJ. What's a mubtada'un? Subject, and what's khabarun? Huh? Phenomenal. Salma, jumlatun fi'liyatun is defined as a, and it has 2 primary parts and sometimes a third. They are a fi'lun, which is the verb, the direct object of the verb. Fi'lun, verb, fa'ilun, the one who does the action, and then maf'ulun bihi, the direct object of the verb. Noor, the words in Arabic for singular, dual, and plural are? Good. Michelle, technically you haven't answered the question yet. You just agreed somebody. I'm not gonna count. Michelle, what's the Arabic word for states?
Like,
That's a state. What is the? Finish the word. You like stop halfway through the word. Like hit the brakes so we didn't hear the rest of it. I didn't hear the last letter of the word. Huh? Arafun. I'm just clarifying. I'm not. Huh? Al-i'rab. Al-i'rafun. Guys, remember? Remember, you can never have alif, lam, and tanween in the same word, right? Never ever have alif, lam, and tanween in the same word, right?
Yeah.
So Hidayah, she should have said. Guys. Hidayah, she should have said Al-i'rafu. Sardar, what should she have said?
Al-Iqrabu.
Al-i'rabu. Good. Al-i'rabu. The last letter is a ba. The last letter is a ba. Clear? Al-i'rabu. Under al-i'rabu, insha, you have what three states? Marfu'un. Stop. Abdurrahman, when she says marfu'un, what harakatun, what vowel sign should pop into your mind? Dhammatun.
Oh, sorry, I don't know.
Doesn't matter. Dhammatun. Good. Then mansubun. When she says mansubun, Ahmed, what vowel sign? What harakatun? Huh? Fathatun. Perfect. And majrurun. Good. And Samira, when she says majrurun, what vowel sign should pop into your mind? Mashal? Insha? Kasratun. Good. So when someone says marfu'un, the vowel sign that should pop into your mind is the dhammatun. Let's call it the mini wow, right? When someone says mansubun, the vowel sign that should pop into your mind is fathatun, the line on top. And when someone says majrurun, the line that should pop, or the vowel sign that should pop into your mind is the line on the bottom, kasratun. Amira, how many states are there in Arabic total? 4. Of those 4 states, asma'un, which is the plural of ismun, take how many? 3. Do you know what the 4th is? It's good. You'll learn it, inshallah, soon. Good. I never mentioned it. What is it? Huh? No, it's not maksurun. Maksurun is that which is broken.
Is it majzum?
It's majzum, that which has a sukoon at the end, but you learn that when you learn verbs. Okay, good. Who else raised their hand? They said they know their verbs. You raised your hand, Grant?
Yeah, you already got me.
Get your hand. Chat. Chat. Abada. Abada. Go.
Abadda, Abaduna, Abadum, Abadi, Abadun, Abaduna, Abadi,
But 2.
Abadu, Abaduna.
Good. Just you can raise your hand virtually. Anyone online know it? Studied it before? Huh? Nice work. We'll find it. Don't worry. I got that. Anyone online, just you can virtually raise your hand. Rania, Joseph, Muhammad Farajuddin, Maryam, Khadija. Anyone studied it before, know it? No? No?
No.
Oh,
No,
Maryam.
but I can do it based off of what we just learned.
What'd you say, Muhammad?
I said I can try doing it. I haven't learned in the past, but I can try doing it based off of what you just learned.
Okay. But before you go, I'm gonna have Maryam go. Maryam. Told you.
Yes.
نظر.
نظرت نظرنا نظرت نظرتما نظرتن نظرتم نظروا
Maryam, you've begun you started with first person, you finished. You went to second person.
Oh, we're
you
supposed to do it in a
finished
specific
second person,
order?
and then you went to third person.
Wait, we're supposed to do it in order? I'm sorry.
Well, if you don't go in order, you're not going to know which ones you mentioned and you not mentioned. Does that make sense?
Okay. I'll do it in order. نظروا no sorry wait okay
هو
نظروا نظروا نظرت نظروا
نظرتا
نظرنا نظرتا sorry نظرنا
نظرتما
نظرتما
and then
نظرت نظرتي نظرتما نظرتم
yeah
نظرتما is there like a
أنا and نحن
no نظرت wait
نظرت
sorry نظرت right نظرنا
good just so you know like when you do these charts and stuff, there's two different ways they're done essentially. It's either done the way Sheikh Aisha taught it to you, where you go third person, huwa, huma, hum, hiya, huma, hunna, anta, antuma, antum, anti, antuma, antunna, ana, nahnu, right? The other way is the way I learned, which I believe is superior in the right way. I'm not knocking the other way, and I'm not, by the way, this is not a knock of Sheikh Aisha. Sheikh Aisha is using what the book uses, and but I learned it first person, second person, third person, if that makes sense.
That makes more sense to my opinion as well.
I appreciate you, bro. That's why I love Wednesdays. That's why I love Wednesdays, bro. But the way I learned it, it goes, you start with I, ana, nahnu, you go we, right? And then you go anta, you male, anti, you female. Then you go antuma once. Then you go antum and antunna. Clear? Then therefore you're done with second person. And then you go huwa, hiya, huma once, hum and hunna. Okay? My opinion, that is the superior and the better way. But for the sake of this class, and not to cause an abundant level of confusion, we will stick to third person, second person, first person. And sometimes I'll just have you go backwards for entertainment purposes. Is that clear? Yes? Okay. Who wants to give it a try? Give it a try, please. So I'm gonna give it a try.
Yeah, Muhammad, you say you're just Muhammad.
So I was gonna get to Muhammad, yeah. Amira, you know your turn's coming. So stop trying to delay it. Stop trying to delay it. Let's go, Siraj, Jalasa.
Jalasa, Jalasa, Jalasu, Jalasat, Jalasata, Jalasana,
So you were on Hunna, right? Jalasna.
Jalasna, Jalasta, Jalastum, Jalastuma, Jalastum, Jalasti, Jalastuma, Jalastana, Jalastu, Jalasna.
Good. You know the way to expedite you learning the past tense conjugation? Huh?
Repetition.
I was gonna say having a quiz tomorrow. Let's expedite the learning process very quickly. طيب. Go. Someone give me a verb that we haven't done. Huh? Abada? Someone did it.
Column.
Kataba.
كتب كتب كتبوا كتبت
كتبتا.
كتبتا كتبنا كتبت كتبتما كتبتم كتبتي كتبتما كتبتن كتبت كتبنا.
Sometimes because you guys get to study Arabic in America and you guys don't have to travel to the subcontinent, to the Middle East. I think the seminary likes to make sure that you feel the experience, or they just turn off the AC. Not because it's not working. It's more to make sure that you get the full immersion experience. They just turn off the AC. The common thing over there. Amira. صدقة.
صدقة صدقوا صدقت صدقتا صدقتا صدقنا صدقتا صدقتما صدقتم صدقتي صدقتما صدقتنا صدقت صدقنا.
Good. That is amazing. Good. Yeah, Muhammad Wardini. Can you give me an example of an ismu jam'in? Sa'ad. Huh? Nisa'un. Okay, another example. Good. Give it to me in all three states. Good. Abdurrahman, can you give me an example of a jam'ul mu'annath salimu, a sound feminine plural, in all three states? Pick a different word. Did you hear the question? One more time.
I don't know if it's calling me. I'm just gonna
block that in.
Final answer.
I probably got
an example of a German mu'annath salim in all three states. I was trolling.
I think that is after you're done.
That's true. I need to make sure that you're confident in your answers. Okay. Trying to build self-esteem. Not sure I'm doing it properly, but having fun. So that's what matters. Okay. Salma. Can you give me an example of a jam'ul mudhakkar salimu, sound masculine plural in all three states? Don't use any version of Muslim, please, or mu'minun. Or darisun. The longer you take, the more words I'll eliminate. One more time. Good. So you switched it back to the. Yeah, so you switched it back to when you said it right. You said it. Say it again. Run it back. Good. That is the wrong answer. Hidayah.
قادمون قادمين قادمين
Sister's on a roll right now. Ahmed. Yalla, bismillah.
I have no idea actually.
Grant.
Daddy Suna, Daddy Zina.
Daddy Suna, Daddy Sina. The question was, give me an example of a Jam'ul Mudhakkar Salimu in all three states. So, you
I
said
have one now.
Daddy Suna and Daddy Sina. Salma, you good? You went to Mufrad. Your answer was right if my question was Mufrad. Hidayah, you said Qadi Muna, which was right, but then you said Qadi Maini, which is the dual. Right? You should have said Qadi Muna and Qadi Mina. Good. DJ, give me an example of a Muthanna, a dual word in all three states. طيب, go.
Yes, coach.
I hate to do that. Can you give me an example of a dual word in all three states? Babani, Babani. Another example, Malik.
Oh, is that wrong or something that word?
Okay, guys. Muslimun is off the table. It is officially off the table. Okay. Mu'minun, kitabun and qalamun. Okay. Off the table. Do not ever use it. Do not ever use it on a test. Okay. I don't want to see it. Okay. Clear? It is off. Okay. Sa'ad. Yeah. Yeah. What are the words that are off the table? 1, 2, and 3. And then say table in Arabic. Okay. Okay. So just as a review, guys, words in Arabic can be divided into 3 categories. Rama, they are. Are you trying to confuse my class? Why would you switch the order? Thank you. Ismun fi'lun harfun. Ismun fi'lun harfun. Noor, sentences in Arabic are of 2 types. They are Jumlatun ismiyatun, Jumlatun fi'liyatun. Jumlatun ismiyatun is a
nominal sentence.
Jumlatun fi'liyatun is a
Verbal sentence.
verbal sentence. A Jumlatun ismiyatun, Isa has to have a Mubtada'un and a khabarun. Sardar, a Mubtada'un is a subject and khabarun is a predicate. Abdurrahman, the other type of sentence is a Jumlatun fi'liyatun, which translates as a verbal sentence, right? A verbal sentence needs a fi'lun, which translates as a action, verb. Fa'ilun, the doer, and sometimes we'll have a maf'ulun bihi, which is the direct object of the verb. Then we look at an ismun, and ismun has 4 qualities or properties. The first property that we studied in Sha, which is gender, is called in Arabic gender. It's called al-jinsu. There are 2 hidayah. They are mudhakkarun and is it muthanna or muthannun? Neither. Amira, mudhakkarun, mu'annathun. Mudhakkarun, مؤنث. Guys, I'm just trying to have a good time, guys. Don't hate. We'll all laugh together. Everyone's gonna make a mistake, myself included, okay? You guys will get a chance to laugh at me, I promise. مذكر مؤنث. مذكر مؤنث. What are they, Hidayah? Phenomenal. مذكر مؤنث. Hidayah, define each one. مذكر is masculine. مؤنث is feminine. Amira, then we spoke about number. Number in Arabic, al-adadu. Remember, she can either say al-adadu or she can drop the alif lam, and Noor, she can say adadun. Good. Salma, singular is mufradun. Dual is Muthanna or mu'annathun? Muthanna, good. And plural is jam'un. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Mufradun, when we talk about the i'rabun of it in chat, when we talk about the i'rabun of it, it has three possible states. They are what, Michelle? مرفوع منصوب مجرور. Phenomenal, phenomenal. طيب, give me a mufradun word in all three states. A mufradun word, a singular word in all three states. Good. Abun, aban, abin. Abun, aban, abin. Sa'd, do you agree? Do you agree? You agree? Good. Conjugate kharaja in the past tense. Yeah. The verb. Sheikh Aisha's class. Yes. Salma, conjugate. Oh. Try it again. Started well. Here. خرجتا. خرجنا. تا. تمام. Good. I'm going to get some more of you, okay? I'm just going to change subjects randomly. Got it? Mufradun. We were on Mufradun, remember? You did Abun, Aban, Abin. And then I caught Sa'ad off guard and Kharaja, and he's like, what? Okay, so you did Abun, Aban, Abin. Then we moved on to the dual, right, Siraj? Grant, give me a dual word in all three states.
Dhubabani, dhubabaini.
Dhubabani, dhubabaini. Phenomenal. Good. Then we moved on to Jam'un, right, Sardar? Okay. So Jam'ul Mudhakkar is Salimun word in all three states. A Jam'ul Mudhakkar is Salim word in all three states. First of all, what is Jam'ul Mudhakkar is Salim? Sound masculine plural. Give me an example in all three states. The stretch the good. ذاهبون ذاهبين. Good. ذاهبون ذاهبين. Isa, after Jam'ul Mudhakkar as-Salim, we took Jam'ul Mu'annath as-Salim. Jam'ul Mu'annath as-Salim. Jam'ul Mu'annath as-Salim. Let's see.
Muhammad Fardeen, Jam'ul Mu'annath as-Salim in all three states.
Muslimat was off the table. Okay.
Off the table.
Yeah. دارسون دارسين دارسين.
That was جمع المذكر السالم. We're on جمع المؤنث السالم. The sound feminine plural.
Oh, funny. دارسات دارسات دارس. No, I'll use another word.
Khadija.
دارسات.
Khadija.
Yes.
جمع المؤنث السالم word in all three states.
The feminine, you said, right?
Yes, the sound feminine plural.
Well, for the word, let me choose a word.
Second box. Second box is where it's at.
Let me see. Can I use, let's see. Akilun, eating, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, and then feminine plural, so it would be akila, akilatun,
Stretch the lamb.
akilatun,
Yes.
and there's another version of it, like akilatenu.
What is it? What is it, Grant? Akilatin. Good. So the answer is akilatun and akilatin. Then we did the broken plural, jam'u taksir. We said the jam'u taksir can add letters, remove letters, change vowel signs. Right? Just get some examples of jam'u taksir. Give them in whatever state that you want. Noor? Fi'ran. Good. It is the plural of what word? Good. Rama? Azwajun is the plural of what word? Zawjun. Samira? Nadiratun is the feminine of Nadirin. Salma? Nisa'un. Sure. Give me another one. Because Nisa'un is like, it's a singular word that has a plural meaning. You get what I'm saying? Right? Awraqun. Awraqun is the plural of waraqatun. Good. Insha. Qulubun. Qulubun is the plural of qalbun. Amira. Kawakib, which is the plural of kawkabun. Is that chapter 3 vocab? MashaAllah. Check that out. Anyone else look at who looked at? Let's memorize. Who looked at? Who looked at? Who gave a glance at chapter 3 vocab? Okay, good. Open your books to page 20. You guys online, just so you know, it's like a sauna in this room right now. Huh? So this is the message I got.
I like it. I feel like me hungry. That's how it's
It's right
there. Amira, I'm going to task you with this, okay? The message that I got was that thermostat is set to 68. If we can possibly pull the thermostat off and back on, sometimes it helps kick it back. Bismillah. Listen, either she's going to fix it or she's going to break it. The good thing is, after today, you only have one more day in this classroom.
Oh, shoot. That's not what he means.
mashallah, turned on.
Did it? It did. I think it turned on. Listen, Amira, be careful because I still teach in this class from Monday through Thursday, year 2. I know you guys only have one more day left. So you can go ham on that thing. Have mercy on me. Okay. Does it say 68 somewhere? Does it say like?
It just says the name of the thing.
It doesn't. 16. All right, let's see.
Yeah.
Amira, by the way, that method of fixing the AC, do not try it at home. It is not gonna work. It is an IOP specific correction. It will not work at home. Can you imagine your mom and dad? Amira, what are you doing? She's not working. This worked in Sheikh Ahmed's class. Don't do it. Okay. Let's see. Hopefully, we'll see what happens. All right. Says 2.3. Interaction of gender and number. Earlier, we learned 5 reasons for a word to be feminine. They were. Sorry. They were, number 1, biologically feminine. Biologically feminine. An example would be mother. What's the word for mother, Sardar? Ummun. What's the word DJ for sister? Ukhtun. What's the word Siraj for girl or daughter?
Bintun.
Bintun. Biologically feminine. Number 2, words that end in a ta marbuta. Words that end in a ta marbuta would be considered feminine. Ghurfatun. Room. Sayyaratun. Car. Qaryatun. Town. City. Village. Or end in an alif, followed by a hamza, but the rule to that was that it has to have 3 letters that precede it, right? And or end in an alif maqsura, also same thing, have to have 3 letters that precede it. Number 3, body parts in pairs. Body parts in pairs, any body part in a pair, automatically the singular of it is considered feminine, and so are the dual of it is considered feminine, right? But body parts in pairs are considered feminine. Isa, what's the word for cheek? Khaddun. Noor, heel. Aqibun, good. Michelle, ankle. Ka'bun, good. Insha, shin. Saqun. Salma, leg. Don't use that gym here. Don't use that gym here. Don't use that gym here. Rijlun. طيب, ear. Udhunun, grant, nose. Was that?
Oh, no.
Huh?
No, that's not. I don't know it.
It wasn't on.
No.
Okay, good. That's fine. That's fine. Sa'ad, mouth. Famun, good. No, not considered feminine, just so you know. Famun, not considered feminine. Is that clear? I was just going on that.
So like, the singular, you have 2 of their dual body parts. The singular is the word we learned, or is the dual and the singular the same word? You have to conjugate it. Like shafatun, is that lip or is that both of you?
No, that's one.
That's one.
All the words that you learned were singular. To talk about both body parts, you would have to make the words dual.
The same way that we've been doing.
Alif, noon or ya noon. Hidayah, hand. DJ, hand. One more time. Yadun, good. Rahman, elbow. Mirfaqun. Malik, shoulder. Good. Muhammad Mardini, eye. Good. Isa, foot. قدم.
You said nose earlier. Is that
No, I was yeah, I was just
it
like,
wasn't like your nostril, it's not like.
no, I was asking, and I was, yeah, femun and fun, I was just. Okay, so body parts in pairs. Number 4 was proper names of places. Number 5 was because the Arabs said so. Below are the 2 final reasons for a word to be treated feminine. Taken all together, if a word does not fall into one of these 7 categories, then it is treated as masculine. Okay. So, reason number 6 for a word to be considered feminine. Number 6 says non-intellectual plurals. Non-intellectual plurals. It says, also known as non-human plurals. This includes the plurals for everything that lacks an intellect. In Arabic, anything other than humans, angels, and jinns are considered non-intellectual. All non-intellectual plurals are considered feminine. This holds true regardless of the gender of the singular form. The dual form takes the gender of the singular form. Take a look at the chart below. I don't think the issue turned on, right?
Maybe it's from like the actual like. What did it say?
No.
Oh, what is that?
So if you look at the chart, it gives you 3 words: car, masjid, and book. Look at each one. Car. The singular word for car is sayyaratun. Sayyaratun. Insha, why is sayyaratun considered feminine in the singular? A car. Because it ends in a ta marbuta. Make sense? The dual of it is sayyaratani, and Nur, we've also learned besides sayyaratani, you can say sayyaratani, right? Because the singular is feminine, the dual is also considered feminine. Now the plural of sayyaratun is sayyaratun. Sayyaratun. Abdurrahman, what type of plural is that in Arabic? Siraj, what is it?
جمع المؤنث السالم.
جمع المؤنث السالم. جمع المؤنث السالم. You see how he has the letter F next to sayyaratun? Grant, why is sayyaratun considered feminine? Why is sayyaratun considered feminine?
Oh, because it's plural, it's a halo awkward without intellect.
It's a non-intellectual plural. Sayyaratun is a non-intellectual plural. Is that clear? Does that make sense? Yes? Okay. Look at, but that one stayed consistent. Like the singular was feminine, the dual was feminine, the plural was feminine. Makes sense, okay? But then look at number 2. Number 2 is the word masjidun. Masjidun by itself is masculine. What's the word for masculine, Michelle, in Arabic? Ahmed? Mudhakkarun. So masjidun is mudhakkarun. The dual of it, masjidani, or DJ instead of masjidani, you could say masjidaini would also be considered masculine. But the plural of it, hidayah, is masajidu. Masajidu. Why is masajidu feminine? Huh? Who broke it? Why is it considered feminine?
Because it's a non-human plural.
Because it's a non-human plural, non-intellectual plural, non-intellectual plural. Guys, the section is called non-intellectual plural, non-intellectual plural, non-human plurals. I need you to focus on that concept. Got it? So, sayyaratun, masajidu. What do they have in common? They're both plurals and they're both non-intellectual. Therefore, they're both considered feminine. Is that clear? Yes? Okay. Book, kitabun. Kitabun is masculine. The dual of it is kitabani or kitabaini, also considered masculine. The plural of it is kutubun. The plural of it is kutubun. Sardar, why is kutubun feminine? Huh?
Non-human.
It's non-human. It's a non-intellectual plural. Got it? So it says, notice that the plural column is always feminine, despite the gender of the single or dual. Once again, non-intellectual plurals are treated as feminine. Non-intellectual plurals are treated as, I'm gonna add a word here, okay? Because I'm gonna jump the gun a little bit. Okay, so I'm gonna add a word here. Non-human plurals are treated as singular feminine. I'll say that again. Non-human plurals are treated as singular feminine. Non-human plurals are treated as singular feminine. Everyone say it. Non-human plurals are treated as singular feminine. All of you should have gotten an invite to the OneNote link. Huh?
Every time I try logging in, it would say.
That's because I blocked you intentionally. Anyone try it and get access to it? Did it work? Huh?
Like, did you get a code in your email?
It was sent to your email. Huh? Still wouldn't open?
Oh, did you try taking the thing off and putting it back on? Thermostat?
The what?
The thermostat? Did you try that rule on the?
Oh, the thermostat rule? No, because the thermostat rule clearly doesn't work. Okay, let me show you something. Okay. Let me show you something. So what did I just say? I said non-human plurals are treated as singular feminine. Hold on to that. Got it? Non-human plurals are treated as singular feminine. Okay? Some of you have been asking, like, Sheikh, like, why this whole number, gender thing? Like, where are we going with this? What are we doing with this? Okay? So, Amira, read that. Muhammadun raji'un, which means Muhammad is returning. That's a full sentence, okay? Muhammadun raji'un. That's a full sentence. Isa, what type of sentence is that, by the way? Jumlatun ismiyatun. Phenomenal. Good. Now let's talk about Maryam. Okay? So we want to say Maryam is returning. We want to say Maryam is returning. Noor, what will be my second word here?
Returning or return?
Return. Huh? Is it the same? Is Maryam mudhakkarun or mu'annathun? We tried, Ahmed. Wallahi, Ahmed, we tried. Okay, let's take a 4-minute break and then we'll continue. We're due for a break and we took off the thermostat, we put it back on.
or the university? Okay, that's okay. There's a lot.
Okay, Bismillah, let's continue. Man, that makes a world of a difference. Right. You know, when I studied in Medina, the first 2 years, the first couple of years were in what they call the Arabic language department, where they kind of teach you Arabic so that for the next 4 years, when you pick your specific takhassus, your specific specialty, that all the instruction is in Arabic. Your teachers don't speak English, they only speak Arabic, but everything is in Arabic, the text, the instruction, everything. So the first 2 years are focused on teaching you Arabic, and people always get confused by this, but those that lived in the Middle East or studied anywhere, any time of Arabic in the Middle East, they know that, oh, like your teachers spoke English. I'm like, no, our teachers did not speak a lick of English. They did not speak a lick of English. They could not put one sentence in English together. And I'm trying to diminish their status. I'm just trying to explain to you that they completely did not know English. They taught us Arabic through Arabic. And I know some of you are like, how does that work? It works. It is what it is. It works. But anyways, more importantly, why I brought that up was what they call in Medina, they call it the ma'had. The first 2 years is focused on teaching you Arabic grammar, speech, writing, all that other fun stuff, right? And it was a very old building. It essentially had ACs like this, but the ACs were controlled directly from there and not by a thermostat, right? So we had we have, I think it's like 160 different countries in total, right? There were people from countries that I didn't even know existed. No, honestly, well, where is that? They would have to like show me a map. What is that, right? But because of that, like I get classmates from, I mean, Russia, Japan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Kenya, Somalia, South Africa, small villages in Pakistan, small villages in India. I mean, literally like all over the place. Okay. Huh?
Where was that?
In Medina, right? And like I'm talking about, like we're talking about people like, and we don't speak the same languages, obviously. Now, as we learn Arabic, then we're able to communicate with one another, right? But one of the issues that would happen, because the ACs were controlled like directly from the unit, there would always be kind of like this tension between the students, AC on or AC off, right? Now you would think when it's hot, it's not a question, AC always on. But that's actually because we come from the West, or we come from countries where we've grown up with AC, right? Believe me, like, you know, sometimes you have 30, 40 people in a classroom, like it would get tense between like, you know, 50, it'd be like a 50-50 or 60-40, right? You'd have, and I'm not, please don't misunderstand this, like you'd have like a lot of students from like the African countries. They would be like, no, absolutely no AC, right? Or even students from like small villages in Pakistan and India where they don't have ACs. So their bodies have become accustomed to basically adapting to hot weather where it's completely normal, right? I kid you not, and you can ask, you know, people that study with me or with, like we'd sometimes be walking around outside in the summer, we'd be walking around outside and you would see students from like African countries wearing jackets. And you're like, what? But it was just that's what their body had adapted to, right? So we get into the classroom and in the summer, like we want to blast the AC. Like we want to make it into like a freezer, right? And they are like adamant that no, right? Usually because like the Westerners had like the Russians on their side, just because they also like the AC, we would eventually win out, right? But it would be like a daily struggle, AC on, AC off, someone turned the AC on, someone turned it off. Is it gonna stay on today? Is it gonna stay off today?
What's the majority of the class?
There was no majority.
Was that diverse?
Yeah, there was no majority, right? Like in a class in a class of 40 students, hypothetically, you could have one American. Sometimes you have two American, one person from the UK, two people from Pakistan, one person from India, one person from Tajikistan, another from Uzbekistan, one from Japan. I mean, it is very, very diverse. There was no like majority. At the most, maybe you would have 2 or 3 from one country in one batch.
They require some Arabic, right, at least to.
The what?
They require some Arabic, basic Arabic to start the class.
I saw people come in with very little to no Arabic, right? Obviously, it was an uphill battle, right? And I saw people come in with a large back. Back to our regularly scheduled programming. Okay, let's go. Muhammadun raji'un. Muhammad is returning. Now we want to speak about Maryam. We want to speak about Maryam, okay? What are we going to say, Isa? Maryamu raji'atun. You see how he changed raji'un into raji'atun, right? Why didn't he leave it raji'un? Because raji'un, it's describing someone or something that is masculine, that is mudhakkarun by gender. So that would not be appropriate for Maryam. Therefore, we say Maryamu raji'atun. Is that clear? Maryamu raji'atun. Maryam is returning. So we made the word that is describing her also feminine, right? Now, you don't have this in English. You would say Muhammad is returning, and you would say Maryam is returning. Clear? I was going to use like Mike, but I don't have to switch the name. We can keep the names. Okay? So they're both returning. We're not going to specify. But in Arabic, you specify. Whatever you say about, let's say, the subject over here has to match. The predicate has to match the subject over here. Is that clear? Okay. Wait. Why is there what?
Why is there? Okay, so there's on Muhammadun, there's Tanween Dam. That's on Maryam. No, it's just only one Dam.
We'll get to it. We're not there yet. I want you to see it. I want you to notice it, but we're not going to talk about it. But I do want you to make a mental note of it, right? Just like I've asked you to make a mental note of, I know it definitely happens in chapter 3. I'm trying to remember. I'm not sure if it happens in chapter 1 vocab, but there are certain plurals that are given to you where the plural only has one vowel sign. I said memorize it as it is given to you. It is not a typo. There is not a missing vowel sign. Make a mental note of it, but we're not there yet. Okay? So, Muhammadun raji'un, Maryamu raji'atun. Good. Okay. Let's talk about, okay. Let's see. Sa'ad, what's the word for student? Yeah. That's someone who's studying. What's the word for student? Huh? Talibun. Good. Talibun. Talibun is the word for student. Okay, so we're going to talk about at-talibu. طيب, I want to say that the student is studying. So, at-talibu. At-talibu darisun. Student is in chat, make that entire sentence feminine. Hidayah. Did you say something? No? Yeah. Make the entire sentence feminine. You made half of it feminine. Malik?
Alibatun Darisun.
You-
Sorry, Alibatun Darisun.
Good. At-talibatu darisatun. Insha, you understand now? Hidayah, make sense? So how do we make it feminine? What did we do to make feminine? Remember there was a chapter when we started about jinsun, masculine and feminine, mudhakkarun, mu'annathun? And we said the way to make something feminine is to simply just add a ta marbuta to the end of the word. Make sense? So at-talibu, the student, we changed it to at-talibatu, and darisun, we changed it to darisatun. Good. Nur, change the word masjid into feminine. Al-masjidatu. Good. Remember we said, guys, objects have an assigned gender. You cannot change them from masculine to feminine, neither can you change them from feminine to masculine. Al-masjidatu doesn't exist. Al-masjidatu does not exist. Something I said a few days ago or last week, I said, when you have, it was a trick question. I did set you up. I do take blame. When you have a word like book, mosque, room, pen, right? All of these things have a gender. You cannot change it. You cannot change it. What is the word siraj for book?
Kitabun.
Kitabun. You're not going to say kitabatun. Technically, kitabatun is a word, but it refers to something else. Okay? But you can't say, oh, kitabun is a masculine book and kitabatun is a feminine book. Okay? Can't do that. You can say qalamun is a masculine pen and qalamun is a masculine pen, qalamatun is a feminine pen. Can't do that. Objects, things that are tangible, right? You cannot change their gender. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes? But like words that are used to like describe or adjectives, right? Those can change genders. Like you can have muslimun, muslimatun, that whole entire chart at the bottom, nadirun, nadiratun, raji'un, raji'atun, qadimun, qadimatun. Is that clear? But things, you cannot change them, right? Sayyaratun, sayyaratun, the word for car. Hidayah, is it masculine or feminine? Sayyaratun. Huh? Feminine. Why is it feminine? Ta marbuta. Ta marbuta. Can you go ahead and make it masculine? Huh? I gave you the singular. Perfect. That's what I want to respond with. Can't change it to masculine. You can't change it to masculine. Does that make sense? Okay. But words like this, you can, right? We're talking about a male student and we're talking about a female student. So all you have to do is add a ta marbuta. You end up with at-talibatu darisatun. The female student is studying. Does that make sense now, Hidayah? Yes? Okay, good. Siraj, what's the word for car?
Sayyaratun.
Okay. If you understand these next three examples, then I've won. If you don't understand these next three examples, then you've lost. Okay, listen. As-sayyaratu. What does as-sayyaratu mean, DJ? The car. Good. I want to say, don't shout out an answer. Think about it. I want to say the car is beautiful without letting it slip out. How many of you, just raise your hand if you don't, how many know the word for beautiful? How many of you know the word for beautiful? It's like me. No, the word for beautiful. What is it?
Jameel?
Huh?
Is it Jameel?
Finish the word.
Jamilun?
Jamilun. Good. Hold on to that word. What was the word? Good. What's the word here?
Jameel.
No. What's the word here? Just say that word.
As-sayyaratu.
As-sayyaratu. And as-sayyaratu means? The car. I want to say the car is beautiful. So you're going to finish the sentence.
As-sayyaratu jamilatun.
Yeah, don't.
Jamilatun.
Jamilatun. Good. You didn't say jamilun. Why didn't you say jamilun?
They made it feminine.
Huh?
Made it feminine.
You made it feminine because car is feminine. Good. As-sayyaratu jamilatun. The car is beautiful. Amira, the two cars are beautiful. The two cars are beautiful. Mm-hmm. One more time, louder. The entire sentence. Are you sure? Aisha, what's the right answer? Abdurrahman, what's the right answer? The right answer was what Amira and Aisha said.
Can be with a yeah.
Give me a second and I'll answer that question, okay? As-sayyaratani jamilatani is the correct answer. As-sayyaratani jamil. Amira's like, I knew it. No, you did. As-sayyaratani jamilatani. The two cars are beautiful, okay? Remember, the singular word was as-sayyaratu. How do we make words dual? We either add alif noon or ya noon. Is that clear? So we went as-sayyaratani, and now because we're talking about two cars, we don't say jamilatun because jamilatun is singular. What's the word for singular? Mufradun. And it's feminine. What's the word for feminine? Mu'annathun. The word jamilatun is singular, feminine. That's not going to work for sayyaratani. So jamilatani is dual, muthanna, feminine, mu'annathun. Does that make sense? Yes? Abdurrahman asked a question. He said, can't we use as-sayyarataini? Can't we use as-sayyarataini, which is the other version of as-sayyaratani? As-sayyarataini also means two cars, but it's a different state. And right now we're using nominal sentences, and the words in nominal sentences have to be in specific states. And I haven't taught you the grammar of that yet. So in this sentence, we cannot use as-sayyarataini. It would be grammatically incorrect. But as-sayyarataini does mean the two cars. it just would not fit grammatically in this sentence. And I'll teach you why later on. Good. Okay, now, what was the rule I told you to hold on to? There was a rule I told you to hold on to.
Don't use Muslim.
And Kitam, good, but that's not the rule I was talking about. What was the rule I told you to hold on to a few minutes before the break? Everyone, non-intellectual plurals. Non-intellectual plurals are treated as singular feminine. Non-intellectual plurals are treated as singular feminine. Okay, just hold on to that. We're gonna need that in a second, not now. Grant, what is the plural of as-sayyaratu? Now we want to say the cars, not the two cars. We want to say the cars are beautiful. So what is the word for the cars? Grant.
Sayyaratu. If I'm using it in a sentence, the cars are beautiful. Sayyaratu.
As-sayyaratu means the car.
Singular feminine.
Huh?
Singular feminine being treated as
plural. No. I said hold on to that.
You just said, how do I say the cars are beautiful?
How do you say the cars? I want the word the cars.
Sayyara.
As-sayyara.
As-sayyaratu.
That sounded like this. Is that what you're saying? As-sayyaratu? When you spoke right now, this is what I heard.
Yes.
That's what you said? The problem is that word means the car. I need you to say the cars.
That's my answer.
What plural did you use? What? Just answer the question. What plural?
I use
You use Jam' al-Mudhakkar Salim, sound masculine plural. And why did you say oh?
because it's feminine. And I use the masculine.
Because the sound masculine plural is only used for beings of
Intellect.
Is car one of them?
No.
No. You raised your hand.
Can I try to fix it?
Let's try to fix it. In al-hasanat yudhibna sayyi'at. These good deeds remove evil deeds. Go ahead.
As-sayyaratun.
One more time.
As-sayyaratun.
One more time. Do you guys hear it? Do you guys hear it?
As-sayyaratun.
Tayyib, do you hear it?
Yeah.
Right.
After the something there.
Sardar, do you hear it?
Yes.
Is it right or wrong? Don't give me just right or wrong. It's right. One more time.
As-sayyaratun.
Hidayah, is it right or wrong? It's right. Michelle, is it right or wrong? It's right. DJ, is it right or wrong? It's right. Noor, what's the problem?
Can I say what's wrong?
I was so happy and then he just smashed on my house.
I can answer.
I can answer that.
In chat, what is it? In the same word, because in my class it's considered a major sin, right? A lot of people in history have meant well, and it just hasn't come over.
I was also the first person who made that mistake in the class too.
So the problem was he added alif lam and he added tanween. He kept saying as-sayyaratun. As-sayyaratun. You can't have alif lam and tanween together in a word. Clear? So the correct answer is
As-sayyaratu.
good. As-sayyaratu. Grant, I'm coming back to you. As-sayyaratu. the cars. Grant, السيارة means a car, or sorry, the car. السيارتان means the two cars. And السيارات means the cars. Okay. Now, what was the rule I've been telling you to hold on to? Non-intellectual plurals are treated as
Feminine singular.
singular feminine. Non-intellectual plurals are treated as
Singular.
singular feminine. We're going to see it applied now. Now we're going to see it applied. Remember, السيارة جميلة. The car is beautiful. السيارتان جميلتان. The two cars are beautiful. السيارات. Grant, we want to say they're beautiful.
Jamilatun. Jamilatun.
Huh?
Jamilatun.
One more time.
Jamilatun.
Jamilatun. Isa, agree, disagree? Agree? Malik, agree, disagree?
Can you repeat one more time?
He said Jamilatun.
Jamila. I agree.
You agree?
Yeah.
Abdurrahman?
No.
No, what's the correct answer?
I'm gonna Jamilun.
Jamilun or Jamilin.
Jamilun.
Jamilun for sure.
Listen to me.
Good. Saad? Agree with Abdurrahman? With Grant? DJ?
Oh, yeah.
You think it's Jamilatani? Good. Noor? Grant, okay. Salma? Jamilatun? Amira? Jamilatun. We're gonna go with Jamilatun, guys. Non-intellectual plurals. Is as-sayyaratu a non-intellectual plural? Yes or no? Yes? They are treated as
Singular feminine.
singular feminine. Hold on to your questions. 1 second. Abdurrahman, you said Jamilun. Okay. First of all, what type of plural is that?
Jamilun.
Yes. What type? That's a plural that you used. What type is it? Una. Sardar, what type of plural is that?
Una, it is feminine.
Ahmed, what type of plural is that?
Oh.
What is it? Jam'ul Mudhakkar Salim. And yesterday we said Jam'ul Mudhakkar Salim is only used for beings of intellect. We're talking about right now non-intellect. As-sayyaratu. See how it doesn't make sense? Okay. As-sayyaratu. As-sayyaratu is a non-intellectual plural. Yes? Talking about cars. They're going to be treated as singular feminine. So we're going to say as-sayyaratu jamilatun. Grant, does that make sense? Yeah? Good? Yes, ma'am.
So you said, yes, I after it to say, and we said, when we say, because they're people of, they're beings of intelligence, say Jamilatun or yes, you use the other form. Okay, yeah, just compare it.
He asked a question. He wants.
No, it's السيارة جميلة.
Yes. Malik asked a question. Let's answer it. He started the sentence, but An-nisa'u. We're talking about beings of intellect, the women. An-nisa'u. An-nisa'u. Noor, what's the answer? We want to say just creating words. What was your first answer? What was your first answer? Yeah, just that first stat, take it off. The first stat, take it off, and then repeat the word. The first, you said Jamilatatun. Take off the first stat, essentially. Okay, look. What's the word for beautiful? No, that's the feminine word. What's the normal masculine word for beautiful? Huh?
Jimmy.
Huh?
Jimmy.
Finish the word, guys. Jamilun. This is a half your problem. Jamilun. Your word is Jamilun. طيب, what's the answer? النساء جميلات. Do you see what I was trying to get you to do? Because when you need to go to the sound feminine plural, you need to get out of the mindset of jamilatun, get rid of that ta. Go back to the original word, jamilun, and then add alif ta. So it should be jamil. But how many people is it referring to? You see? It's a singular word that has a plural meaning. Singular word that has a plural meaning. Wait, guys. I think it died on me. No? Let's see. An-nisa'u jamilatun. The women are beautiful, right? An-nisa is talking about a group of women, right? We're describing them as beautiful. So we're going to use what type of plural, Isa? Jam'ul mu'annath salim. So therefore we're going to say an-nisa'u jamilatun. The women are beautiful. Yes.
I'm confused on when there's a down. I'm still confused on how we got to sayyaratun. Because that sayyara had a damaruta as part of the word. We didn't have to feminize it. So do we remove the damaruta?
Yes.
On all of those words?
Yes.
Got it.
If it has a ta marbuta, and we're trying to do the jam'ul mu'annath salim, we're going to be forced to remove the ta marbuta and add an alif ta.
What's the difference between like beautiful scar and beautiful cars when you're writing?
Say it again.
So when you write like a beautiful scar, and
which sentence are you talking about?
The first one.
As-sayyaratu jamilatun.
And the cars are beautiful.
The first one we're talking about one car.
Yeah, but when you're writing, the plus.
This one is as-sayyaratu. This is as-sayyaratu. Two different words. As-sayyaratu is a singular word, right? Mufradun. As-sayyaratu is the jam'ul mu'annath salim. It is the sound feminine plural of the word sayyaratun.
So how can I understand it? They look the same like a.
No, they don't look the same. As-sayyaratu doesn't have an alif after the ra and has a ta marbuta. As-sayyarat has an alif after the ra and has a normal ta. They don't look the same.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, good. Now, go back to your books. Okay. So, non-intellectual plurals are treated as?
Singular feminine.
Singular feminine. Okay. Okay. I'm quickly going to mention 7. A lot of people kind of get stuck on the details of 7. Just kind of read it and go with it and move on. Okay. It'll come up again, but don't try to oh, why is it like, just read it, move on, understand it. Okay. Number 7, intellectual broken plurals. Intellectual broken plurals. What's a broken plural? Jam'u taksirin. Like intellectual broken plurals. Good. This is intellectual broken plurals. First of all, do we understand broken plural? Broken plural is jam'u taksir. We're changing the form, the original structure of the word, right? But he's adding the word intellectual before it. Intellectual broken plurals. So the word for man is what? The word for man, a man. Rajulun. Do we say rajuluna? No, it's just weird. The Arabs never said it. Rather, we say rijalun, intellectual broken plural. Rijalun. Rasulun, a messenger. What's the plural? Rusulun, intellectual broken plural. Waladun, awladun. Clear? Ibnun, abna'un, intellectual broken plural. Huh? Banuna is the other plural. Wait. Another name for this could be human broken plurals. Sure. When the plural for a being of intellect does not follow the Muslimun chart, meaning it does not either Muslimun chart, love it, huh? You don't pluralize it upon sound masculine or sound feminine, then it can be, not it has to be, it can be treated as feminine. It can be treated as feminine. Doesn't have to be, it just can be treated as feminine. We'll see an example. An easier way to remember this rule is to know that every broken plural in Arabic can be treated as feminine, since all non-human plurals are automatically feminine. That does not mean that the word you're describing is feminine. This is just how the word is treated and labeled grammatically. The caveat with intellectual broken plurals is that they still can be treated as the gender they are. For example, it's possible to say those messengers in two different ways. Okay, let's look at this. He gives two examples. The problem with these two examples, he uses what we call asma'ul ishara, which you're going to study soon, but you haven't studied yet. Okay? But just know that the word ulaika is used to describe a group of people. It's used to describe a group of people, right? So you can say ulaika rusulu, and it would mean those messengers. Does that make sense? And you can also say tilka rusulu. I know he translates it as that messengers, but in reality, it also translates as those messengers. The difference between 1 and 2 is the top one, ulaika, is used to describe a group of people generally. And tilka is used to describe something that is singular feminine. So he's showing you that, hey, look, rusulu, which is an intellectual broken plural, you can use it with both. And one of the main reasons that he brings this up, and this specific example is used, is because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the Quran says, tilka rusulu. Tilka ar-rusulu. When tilka is used to describe something that is singular, feminine. So he's just showing you that when you have an intellectual broken plural, you can treat it as its gender, whatever it is, right? Or you can treat it as singular feminine.
So, for example, like for men, so you could say tilka rijalu.
Tilka rijalu. Yeah, you could say that. Huh? Technically, yeah. Intellectual broken plural, you can say tilka niswatun. But once, like for example, if you said tilka rijalun in a normal conversation, or someone wrote that in a book, it would turn some heads.
They'll know you're from America.
They'll be like, what are you doing here? Right? It's just something that Allah did in the Quran. It is an Arabic rule. You can do this. It can be done. Not it has to be done. It can be done.
We use regularly.
Say it again.
Sentence that we use regularly.
I would say tilka sayyaratun. That is a car. Tilka sayyaratun. Tilka bintun. That is a girl. Tilka talibatun. Singular feminine. Okay. Okay. Drill 6. Complete the conceptual questions below. Number 1. True or false? Gender is a property of the ismun. Michelle? True. What's the word for gender in Arabic? Michelle? Noor, what is it? Al-jinsu. Good. Number 2, hidayah it says blank is the default gender. Masculine. What's the word for masculine or male in Arabic? Mudhakkarun. Good. Okay. Number 3, it says blank has 7 subcategories, and they are, first of all, Amira, what is the blank? Yeah, feminine words. Okay, then it gives you 7. Once again, I don't expect you to have them memorized, but the first 5 are right there, right? Number 1, biologically feminine. Number 2, words that end in a ta marbuta, or an alif followed by a hamza, or an alif makhsura. 3, body parts in pairs. 4, proper names of places. 5, because the Arab said so. 6, which we just took, non-intellectual plurals. And number 7, intellectual broken plurals. Drill 7. Drill 7. It says, what is the gender of the following words and why? What is the gender of the following words and why? Rama, read number 1. Read the word that's given to you. Are your numbers different? Huh? No. Sometimes the numbers in this book, they do weird things, like they start there and then that's why I asked. Bi'run, where's my mouse? Bi'run, good. First of all, what does bi'run mean? A well, a water well. What is the gender of bi'run, Rama? Female. And why is it, what's the reason that it is female? Because the Arabs said so. Thank you very much. Salma, read number 2. Abniyatun. What does abniyatun mean? Huh? Building. 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 Technically, yes. You did say buildings. Buildings, there we go. Buildings, good. Gender is, so you said buildings. Gender is feminine, perfect. Salma, what is the reason? Put that in a phrase, that last thing that you said. So she said 2 things. She said 1, it ends in a ta marbuta, which is 1, right? But the main reason, honestly, is what she mentioned again, the second one, which is non-intellectual plural. Non-intellectual plural. Hold on to your questions, guys. Number 3, Hidayah, read the word. Jannatun, do you know what it means? Paradises or gardens. Paradises or gardens. What is the gender of it? Female. What is the reason that you said it's female? There's no Tamil. Which Arabs? Egypt, Syria. DJ, Jannatun. She said it's feminine. If you agree, what's the reason? One more word. It's a non-intellectual being. B-E. There are some non-intellectual beings, but that's not the reason. Why is it? You're so close. Non-intellectual plural. It's a non-intellectual plural. Hidayah, does that make sense? What's your question? Huh? No, it wasn't. Are you thinking because you thought it's on that list or because it has a time? No, it's not on that list. No, it's not on that list. Hidayah, did she give you the wrong answer? Oh, I was just checking. I just said double check. I'm making sure. Okay. Okay. Non-intellectual plural. Non-intellectual plural, right? Garden paradise. The singular of it ends in ta marbuta. When you pluralize it, it becomes jannatun. So it's a non-intellectual plural. That's the reason it's feminine. Okay. If the word Amira, if the word was jannatun, masculine, if masculine or feminine, why? Because it ends in a ta marbuta. Good. If it was singular, jannatun, we would say feminine because it ends in a ta marbuta. This is jannatun. We say feminine. Why? Because as DJ said, non-intellectual plural. Sa'ad, number 4. Waliyun. Good. Waliyun. Masculine or feminine? Masculine. Good. Do you know what it means? Yeah, guardian. So for the reason over here, you would put default. For the reason, you would put default because we just took in the previous exercise that the default gender of a word in Arabic is masculine. Okay. Muhammad Mardini. Number 5. That's not what it says. That's not what it says. Makkatu. Good. Masculine or feminine? Feminine. Good. The reason? Specific name of a place. Specific name of a place. Abdurrahman, number 6. Aisha 2. Good. Yeah, feminine because the reason would be biologically feminine. Ahmed, number 7. Read the word. Muddatun. Muddatun.
Yeah, muddatu.
Muddatun.
Muddatun.
Yeah. Masculine or feminine?
It's feminine.
Feminine. The reason?
Because it's time, maybe.
Grant?
I'm not sure. Oh, because it taught him about that.
Because of the ta marbuta. Because of the ta marbuta. Muddatun means time. The reason it's feminine is because of the ta marbuta. Siraj.
Baladun.
Baladun. Masculine or feminine? Masculine. So the reason then would be default. Good. Tayyib. 9.
Yadun, hands, and do body.
Hand.
Do body.
Yeah. So female, and the reason is body parts in pairs. Sardar.
Yes.
10. Read the word.
Safra'u.
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 Good. Masculine, feminine. Yellow.
Yellow.
That is the meaning.
Then it is masculine by default.
Is masculine by default. Michelle. Safra'u. Masculine or feminine? Masculine. The reason? Default. Noor. You agree? That's 3 in a row. DJ. So you say feminine. So what's the reason? Good. It is feminine. Safra'u is feminine. And we said words that end in alif followed by a hamza. If they have 3 letters prior to them, then they are considered feminine. Remember, if they end in a ta marbuta, that's a general rule. Or if they end in an alif followed by a hamza, or an alif maqsura, and they have 3 letters before them. Clear? Yes? Okay. Rama 11. Karimun. When it's written like that, guys, by the way, that's tanween. That's the proper way of writing tanween. Like, I know it looks like karimun, but anything written like that, that's 2 dhammas, okay? Just so you know it. Karimun. Masculine, feminine? Masculine, default. Good. And then 12, number 12, Amira. Yeah, so Hamza, masculine. Instead of putting default here, I would just put masculine name, right? It's masculine name. Oh shoot, it's 11:36, guys.
You have so much fun.
God, I was having so much fun. I was just getting warmed up. No, my apologies, guys. Apologies. That's why some of you are getting antsy. Apologies. All right. Some of you have questions. You guys can stay for a few minutes. Some of you asked about my office hours. Guys, I see you enough. They are, I don't know what they were originally scheduled at, but they are Monday, Wednesday, starting next week. Monday, Wednesday, 11:30 to 12:30. I think they're 30-minute sessions, right? But yeah, I'll be around for a few minutes if you guys have questions, complaints, or just want to cry. Okay. And those of you online, inshallah, I was told that they were going to fix the issue so we can start communicating once again tomorrow, bi'idhnillah. And I'll try to make up for not asking you questions for a couple days. Assalamu alaikum.